Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and I'm back now with another video for the new Boston. This time we're going to be talking about databases. Now in this video I'm not going to teach you how to set up a database, how to write data to, etc, etc, but we're just going to talk about why a database is important in most real life application situations. I'm also going to be talking about a bit about the MySQL database. Now this is also called MySQL, you may hear people call it MySQL, but for the duration of these tutorials I'm going to be calling it MySQL. Okay, so why do we need to use a database? Now, you may have come across databases before in the format of, say, Excel, Access, and other database applications where you can store values with specific column names, and you can store these values as a row. I mean, you can do that in Excel as well, but... Okay, so let's just get rid of these PHP tags and I'll take you through why we might want to store data in a database. Now, if you've already looked at file handling, you'll know that we may have stored things like a hit counter value in a file, and then what we've done is we've opened the file up, we've read the value in, we've closed the file. We may have then opened the file up again to rewrite another value. Now, this puts a huge amount of strain and complication as well on the whole process. Now, let's say we wanted to write a value to a file. What we're doing is we're opening up that file, so we're reading file data. We are then writing a value to a file. What happens if we want, say, to include a username, a password, a first name, a surname, and other data? Let's just say website. So you may have hundreds and hundreds of records with people, their username, their password, and you may want to create some kind of login system for this. Now, you're not going to do very well if you're using files to store this data. You can, by all means, use files to store this data. However, it's a lot more secure, and it's also a lot quicker to use a database. And in this case, we're going to be using MySQL, because it is one of the fastest databases available to use. Now, MySQL is hosted on a server, so it will have its own port number. If we open up the XAMPP control panel, you can see that I've got this process MySQL, and it's running at the moment. And I think it runs on by default. Let's have a look. Can't see. Let's stop it and then restart it. So it's running on port 3306. Now, from PHP, you don't need to worry about this too much. You don't need to worry about accessing it, as a server. But we do use some functions to connect to our database, and then or connect to our server, and then we use another function to connect to the database itself. So you can have a variety of databases within MySQL, and then you can have a variety of tables inside them databases. Now, a database would be, say, users. So this is my users database here. I've got username, so I'm going to say Alex. Password, I'm going to put pass123. First name is Alex, surname is Garrett, and website phpacademy.org. So I've already put one record in for myself. Now this table we're looking at here, this is going to be a table, could contain other data. So we can say Billy, again the password might be pass456, Billy, Garrett, and we might not have a website. So we are storing essentially data in this way. Now the way we can access this is we can select our table. What we can then do, so this is our table. Our database name, we'll just say table users. Our database name might be called PHP Academy, for example, and our table might be called users. So now what we can do is, let's say we've stored, we're storing users. We can do this on the fly. But what we can do now is we can select different values. So I can execute something called a query, which will select a specific amount of data from a specific row. Now usually you'd have an ID field in the start of a row, and this will be created something called auto increment. So you know what incrementation is, it just increments every time. So for each record created, it's automatically increments. And this adds to the unique property of it, and we can define a primary key for this ID. And the primary key is just the unique field or the unique column name in your database. Now let's say I wanted to select data, so let's just put some pseudocode here. Select data, or select the username from users. So this is our table here, where the ID is equal to 2. So this is what we call a query. This is in pseudocode at the moment. I haven't, well, almost, it's just English language. But what I've done here is I've constructed something called a query. And what a query does is allows us to use specific syntax. This isn't specific syntax at the moment, to select information from different parts. So what we're doing here is we're selecting the username in this column here from users table, which is this whole table here, where the ID is equal to 2. So the ID is equal to 2. We want to select the username, and we're taking the username, which is Billy. So this query would return the value Billy. So you can see the advantages of storing inside a database. It might look complicated at this stage, but when you start to use it inside PHP, PHP makes it very easy for you to extract data, even insert data, and perform a variety of queries, etc. And that's done through MySQL. So you can also have other tables. So we can have table, let's say uploads. We might have allow users to upload files. Now why is this going to be useful? Let's just add another column called ID, and then I'm going to say user ID, and I'm going to say location. So the ID will again be auto increment, but this time user ID, what we're doing here is we're referencing the user ID back to this initial ID, because that is the user's ID. So you can call these column names anything you like, but I recommend something of a similar structure. So user ID might be 1, and the location of the file that's been uploaded might be logo.png, for example. And now we can come on to say record 2, and this might be user ID 1 again, might have uploaded a file called php.jpg. Onto record 3, and we might have user 2 upload a file called art.jpg. So now what we can do is we can perform a query to say, let's say our user is logged in as Alex. What we would do is we would have the ID ready to select things relative to Alex. So the ID is 1. This is unique to the user Alex. So what we could do is we could say select location from uploads. Remember, this is the table name, where user ID is 1. Now what this query here would do is return the values wherever the user ID was 1. So it would essentially return these 2. Now we've selected location only, so what it would do is it would only bring back this data. So what we can do is, to speed things up, we can select a specific column name, so we can save time in our program, our load time, and we can save resources. So this is essentially databases. The reason we use databases is it's a quick and easy way to add information somewhere that can be easily retrieved. We don't have to deal with text files, we don't have to deal with comma delimited files or space delimited files or tab delimited files, which would look something like Alex Garrett phpacademy.org. We can have maybe one there. We might have two, Billy, Garrett, and nothing. So to do this, we would need to open the file. We would need to use an explode function to get rid of these commas and put this into an array. Then what we would do is we would have to select a specific part of the array, so either 0, 1, 2 or 3. But by putting it into a database, you're creating almost something that you can visually look at, you can visualize as a whole and extract specific data and insert specific data. You can also update data really easily as well with just a single query. So that's an introduction to databases. Like I said, we're going to be using the database MySQL, which is sometimes pronounced MySQL, and SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Now, I've been talking about queries, and this is exactly that. We have a structured query in which to retrieve, update, delete, create anything inside of our table. So this is just the name of the database we're going to be using. Hello, this is Alex from PHP Academy with another video for the new Boston. Now, we've already looked at databases and why we should use a database, but now we need to find an easy way to manage our database before we start to connect to our database and start to sort of add and retrieve data. Now, what you can see at the moment is something called PHP My Admin, and it's a freely available piece of software, if you like. It does come with an XAMPP install, so if we go over to the localhost, you can see we're presented with the XAMPP sort of control panel, if you like. So down here we've got tools, and you can see PHP My Admin. So if you just click on that, if you don't have XAMPP, if you're running something else, then you can download it. So just Google for PHP My Admin, copy it over, and you just put your database settings in there. So your server, which will be localhost, and then everything will be managed for you. So the first thing we need to think about is the server we're connecting to. So the server name that we're connecting to, let's just write it in here, get rid of the PHP tags. The server at the moment is localhost, and this is the case for most MySQL host names. For example, if I had paid hosting and I was uploading to a shared hosting account, for example, usually I could specify localhost and it would connect straight to that. However, if I was connecting to another database on another server, I'd obviously have to specify the server name itself. Okay, so now let's look at this tab here called Privileges, and we'll be given a list here of users. So at the moment you can see we've got root twice with a host 127.0.0.1 and localhost, and password no. Now, because I'm running on my computer and I'm not currently connected to the internet, then there's no need for me to set a password. Obviously it would be better if I did set a password, however for now I've not set a password. So in the examples that you see me using, I'm not going to be using a password. My password is just going to be specified as blank. So we've now established that the username here is root, which can be seen here. And you can also add a new user. So if you wanted to add something that was a bit more friendly, so you could say Alex, for example, and then you can specify the host, but that's best to use localhost, and then you can specify a password. Okay, you can even generate a secure password. So we've done that, and now obviously I've already spoken about the password, which is blank, so I'm just going to put null here. So we've established the server, the username and the password, and this is all we need to use to connect to our database. Now we're not going to be looking at that now, but that's just how you're going to find that information out. Now let's look at, let's go back to the home page here. Now let's look at these on the side here. Now what you can see here are databases that I've created sort of over the years or months, if you like, just things that I've worked on in general. So you can see that we've got a database name, so we've got cart, for example, here. We've got quotes, for example, here, videos, for example, here, these are databases, these are our database names, and to create a new database we use this field here. So I can create a new database called, let's just say a database. So I've chosen to create a new database called a database. We put an underscore in there, and I'm going to click create. Now you'll see it appear here. We've opened the database now. If we go back to our home page, you can see that it exists up here, and you'll notice something different about this and all the other databases listed, that it doesn't have a bracket with a number in. Now this bracket with a number in is how many tables exist on your database. So if we, for example, click on videos, okay, you can see that we've got one table inside here, therefore we've got a 1 in brackets. The same with all the others. So if we click on a database, at the moment we've got absolutely no tables inside of it. We're getting a message here saying no tables found in database. Now it's fair enough having a database on its own, but we need to have tables to store data. We can't directly store data inside of a database, it has to contain tables. And in the last example I showed you, we had a users table and then we had an uploads table. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a table called users. Now number of fields is the number of columns that we have listed. So let's go back here. Remember before we had username, password, first name, etc. So what we need to do is we need to, before we create a table, think about how many columns or fields, if you like, that we might need. So for example, if I was creating a user login database, the minimum we need really is an ID, because we need to assign a unique ID to each user, a username field, a password field. That's all we really need to create a user login system. So I'm going to come back to my database and I'm going to choose number of fields 3. Now I can click go, and what this is going to do, it's going to transfer me to this area here where I can create create each field. Now it looks like a lot of information, but you don't have to specify all these boxes. You don't have to choose a drop down for all these boxes, but there are some important parts that you will need to specify. So for the field, this is the field name. So the first one I'm going to choose is ID, the next one I'm going to choose is username, and the last one is password. So now I've specified my field names. Now what I need to do is specify the type of data that I want to store. Now, storing a different type of data is almost like storing a variable with a different type of data, and you can see that we've got a really extensive list of data inside here. Now, through the tutorials that I'm going to be taking you through, we're not going to be focusing on lots of different types of data, but they're for you to play around with and match them to your suitability when you go on and develop further applications. Now the ID, remember, is a number that auto-increments to give each row a unique value, and you'll see how that works in a moment if you don't quite understand it yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose this as a type int, because it's an integer. You can also have things like tiny int, small int, medium int, big int, so they're all different types of numeric data values, decimal, float, double as well. So I'm going to choose int for this. You can even choose something like small int or medium int. However, if you expect, say, 100 users on your website, this is fine. However, if you're going to be taking into the millions, then you're going to need to stick with int. Okay, so length values we don't need to worry about. Default we don't need to worry about in this case because ID is going to be incrementing. The two we need to focus on in this case are the index. Now remember I said the primary keys is the field or the column that's the unique column. So we have to specify unique column. This is the unique number column. And now we can tick auto increment, and this allows us to, every time we create a record, we are incrementing this value. So it starts at 0 by default, and then when you create a record you'll have value 1, then 2, then 3. So you'll never have, this will never equal 0. So let's come along to username and password. Now obviously we don't want to store a username or a password as just int, but what we do want is varchar. Now varchar stands for variable character, so what we can do here is we must specify a length and a value, whereas in here, let's just get rid of that, whereas in here we didn't. So a username would typically be, say, no more than 30 characters, so we can specify this as 30. Password exactly the same, it might be less than 30 characters, but this is something you're going to have to specify in your program. Let's say you were to create a user login system, you'd have to say, give a max length to your text field and check inside PHP if the password specified or the username specified weren't bigger than 30. Because anything bigger than 30 attempting to be written into this table is going to be cut off. If we were to create a password that was 32 characters, it would end up getting rid of the last 2 characters and would just end up with 30. So there's nothing else we need to set for the username and password in this case. We can set default values, but because we always want these to be specified, there's no need. Default just means you can specify a default value if no data is specified to be written. So for example, we could create a field on the end here called stay logged in, and this might be equal to 1 or 0 depending on whether the user wants to be logged in, but by default it might be 0, if that makes sense. So now what we do is we come down and we click save. Now what you can see is that we've created now a table here called users, and we've got a number 1 in here to show that we've got one table. So let's click back on this table so we can have a look inside. Now you see we've got the information outlined here for us in a table. You can see the ID is underlined, which means it's a primary key, and we've got our type here. So you can see int is a length of 11, so a length of 11 digits of integer data. This might be considered a bit too much, but like I said, if you were going to go into, say, millions of users, this is what you specify, otherwise you could go for something smaller. You've got varchar 30, and we didn't change the password, I've just noticed we've kept this as an int. So this is a good time to show how we're going to edit some of our values. You can check each value that you want to edit and perform an operation underneath here. So for example, at the moment I just want to edit password, and I'm going to click on this change thing here, it's a little pencil. So now it's given me just this password on its own, where I can change the type of it to varchar, and I can come down and I can click save. Okay, so that's saved now. That you can see it's updated that. We've got everything in here. You can also individually edit each one. So you can see that we've got extra here, we've got auto increment. Now how do we go about inserting some data into this table? Because at the moment we've got the table, but we've got no data. Now this would usually be done for PHP if you were, say, registering users. You'd be inserting this data from PHP. Once the form has been checked, for example, you'd insert the username and password. However, we can do it manually from Php My Admin if we wish to do so. So I'm going to click on insert, and I'm going to scroll along a bit. And ID we can leave blank, because remember this is an auto incremented field. We can specify it being left blank and it will automatically update for us. We've got username and password. So let's enter a username and let's enter a password. What we can also do is specify the amount of rows we want to insert. So we can say restart insertation with 40 rows, for example. But for now I'm just going to insert the data Alex and password, and I'm just going to click go. Okay, so you can see a few things that we are returned with here. The first thing that we see is a confirmation. We've got a little tick here saying 1 row inserted, which we have inserted 1 row, and row ID 1. Okay, so that's our auto increment value. So here we have a query that's been constructed for us and shown back to us. And remember earlier I talked about queries and how they can insert data. Here we've got insert into a database, so we're inserting into this database .users, so we're accessing this database and this table, ID, username and password, and then with the values null for ID, we're not specifying anything because it's automatically going to increment for us, Alex and password. So null corresponds to ID, Alex corresponds to username, and password corresponds to password, which is the password I gave. This could be obviously anything. So now what we can do is we can click on this browse tab and we can go back and have a look at our data. So this is a representation of our data inside the database. So let's insert another row. Let's call this time Billy and pass 1, 2, 3. I'm going to click go. So now we've inserted another row with ID 2 now. Remember, that's auto incrementing, and we're performing more or less the same query, but just with different values. Let's go back to browse. Okay, you can see the data here. Now, browse won't be available if there isn't any data inside your table. However, structure is what we were looking at before. Remember, we can always go back to this and change things around if we want to. For example, now if we change password to a numeric data, our passwords here would now be invalid, so they'd be gotten rid of. Okay, so we've got an ID of 1 and 2. You can see these are auto incremented, and we've got username and password. Now what we're going to be doing is adding another row onto this. Now we've already specified data. You can imagine this may be, say, hundreds and hundreds of rows of data. However, now what we want to do is we want to add on, let's say, a first name and a surname. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we come over to the structure tab, and this can be done even though we've already got data stored inside our database. What we can do here is we've got add a certain amount of fields at the end of the table, at the beginning of the table, or after a specified field in our table. So what I want to do is I want to say at the end of the table, I want to add 2 fields. And I'm going to click go. Now we've got 2 fields up that we can specify everything in here. So I'm going to say first name and I'm going to say surname. And these types are obviously going to be varchar. And considering some people's surnames might be really long, I'm going to go for, let's say, 40 characters. Say 40 and 40 just to be safe. So now I can come down. I don't need to specify any other data inside here. And I'm going to click on save. Okay, so you can see our query here has been read back to us. We've got alter table users, add first name varchar not null, so it has to contain some data. Add surname varchar 40 not null. So this is our query to alter our table and add 2 field names at the end of the table. So now you can see that if we click on, we click on browse, if we click on structure, we can see that we've got our 2 added on here, all the relevant data. If we click on browse, you can see that we've now added 2 field names on, but obviously there's no data specified. But what we can do now is we can click on edit and we can change this. So we can then go ahead and change Billy as well. And click go. So we can see that we've been given back again another query. So every time we perform a query in PHP My Admin, it usefully gives us the query back. So if you're struggling to understand the concept of queries and how to structure them and what they do and how they work later on, then a really good thing to do is just play around inside here, insert things, delete things, change things, and just take note of the query. So in this case what we've done is we've updated a particular row. In this case we've updated the Billy Garrett row, so we've updated the one with the ID of 2. So our query reads update users table inside a database, and we're setting first name equals Billy and surname equals Garrett, where users.id equals 2. So with the ID of this equals 2, set first name to Billy and surname to Garrett, okay? And limit 1 just means we're obviously not doing this for anything else. It's just sort of something that you don't need to add on, but you know, might be beneficial. So let's return to our data. So you can see that it's all updated now. You can perform a variety of operations inside PHP My Admin. It's an extremely powerful tool. So maybe before you start using queries and things inside PHP, have a play around here and just understand how MySQL and its structure and its data types and how to do things work. And then go on to the PHP side of things. But for now, that's just a quick introduction to PHP My Admin, how to use it in the ways that we're going to be talking about with the tutorials. There's obviously a lot more functionality behind it, but that's just a brief introduction and how to perform simple operations. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a PHP video tutorial for the new Boston. Now, in this tutorial I'm going to be demonstrating to you how we're going to connect to a MySQL database. In some of my previous tutorials we've gone through creating our database, which we've named a_database. We've also looked at privileges within inside, so I've explained that we've got our usernames here and everything. If we just go back to home in general, we click privileges, we can add a new user. But for now I'm using root on localhost with no password. So I'm going to show you how we can connect to our database first of all, and then select this database that we've named a_database. So this is our page that we're going to preview everything on. Now the first thing to do is to call the MySQL connect function, and this is written like this, MySQL_connect, and because it's a function obviously we've got parentheses in there. Now this takes typically three arguments. We're looking at 1, 2, 3 here, so we'll set this up. The first argument is the host name, so this is going to be localhost. The second is the username, so we've already established this is Alex, and I don't actually have a password, so I'm going to leave this blank, but I'm still specifying it there. Okay, so how can we make this a bit better and a bit more easier to specify everything? I'm actually going to use variables, so I'm going to say MySQL host equals localhost, MySQL user equals Alex, and MySQL pass equals nothing. So I'm going to substitute these values in. So it's taking the values that I've specified up there and then just popping them into this function. Okay, so let's run this script to see what happens. Okay, so right. Okay, sorry, yeah, the username is not Alex, it is root. Let's just pop back to my Php My Admin and have a look at that. You can see that we've got the username of root there. So I suppose this is a good example now to look at what error we've returned. So we've got warning MySQL connect, access denied for user Alex, obviously because there's no user called Alex, using password no. So let's refresh again. This time we've got nothing up, so we can assume that everything has connected properly. So what happens if we don't connect properly? Now let's just change this back to Alex again, so no user called Alex exists, and we refresh the page. We've got this error up here. Now let's say we were running a live website and this error was returned to the user. This isn't the kind of error that we want to show to a user if we've incorrectly specified a username or password inside of our code. So what I'm going to do is at the end of this I'm going to use a logical operator OR, and remember this can be written like that with two horizontal lines, but I'm going to say OR, and after that I'm going to say die. So this either connects and doesn't return an error, or if it does return an error, we die and we can print our own error message out to the user. So could not connect to database. So or could not connect in general. Now we're going to be introducing other functions, and the other function to connect to the database itself. So we've connected to the server like this, then we want to select a database. So I'm going to take this out here and put a general error, and I'm going to call that con_error, and above here I'm going to write con error equals could not connect, just in general. So, or die con error. Now let's have a look at the preview of that. So remember we've got the username here as Alex, and that's wrong, so if we refresh we get this could not connect. Now you can also see that we've got this warning come up here as well. So we can either resolve this in two ways. We can use error reporting, or we can simply pop an @ symbol before that, then when we refresh, you can see it just shows could not connect. So the @ symbol will basically take away the default error reporting from PHP just on this line. So we've connected to our database successfully. Well, we haven't at the moment, but let's just type in root. Down here I'm going to say echo connected. Pull that up a bit more, and we can refresh. So now we're saying connected because we're not killing the page at this point because we've connected, so we are going to run this line. We're going to change this a bit later on so it's a bit more, it's structured a bit better. So the next thing we want to do is select our database. Now remember, the database is called a_database. So let's go back to our PHP, writing our code, and I'm going to say MySQL select DB. So we're using underscores to separate this, and then we just take one argument here, and we are taking a_database. So again, we can make this a bit better, and under here we can say MySQL DB equals a_database, and we can just substitute that variable in there. So now we're connected to our database, hopefully. Let's just change this to a database 1, which doesn't exist, and we can see what we're returning. SQL DB database 1. Let's refresh. Okay, let's try and specify this in here. Just lar, for example. Come back, refresh. Okay, it's still working. I guess what we're going to do at this point is we're going to specify MySQL DB, and we can also say or die. We can say con error, the error we specified before. This could be anything. It could just be you could just say or die without text. So let's try and refresh and see what happens. Okay, so could not connect. The reason for this is that we've specified the database as a_database 1, and this database doesn't exist in our collection of databases. So let's delete the 1 and see what happens. You can see that now we're connected. Okay, so this is a pretty bad way to go about things. Now, eventually I'm going to include all this in a single file, and what we can do is we can use include within PHP to include this anywhere we want to use our database. So it's a lot better way to work everything out. And including it means that you don't have to keep specifying the code that we've written just here. So I'm going to get rid of this echo here. I'm going to put @ just there, and I'm going to get rid of the error message that we've supplied in here. Okay. In fact, I'm going to get rid of the whole line. So at the moment, if we just echo out OK down here, you can see that everything is working fine. It's going to echo out OK. We've selected everything correctly, and everything's working. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an if statement, and I'm going to say if, and I'm going to copy this into, without the semicolon, so let's delete them too, copy that into an if statement. So if this returns true, then we want to do something. So we want to start another if statement with a block here, and we want to include this in here. So I'll put this all in for now, and then I'll run through what we're doing. So what we're doing now is we're saying if MySQL connect is true, so if this has connected and there's no errors, remember we can put an @ sign in front of these so they don't give us an error if they don't. So if MySQL connect blah blah blah, then go inside, and if MySQL connect DB, then we can say OK. And we're returning OK again. So what happens if it doesn't connect? What I'm going to do is, instead of writing just MySQL connect and just MySQL select DB, I'm going to say if not. Then in here, in fact no, I'm not. Come back. The best way to do this would be to combine them into a single if statement. So I'm going to say if not MySQL connect, and not MySQL select DB, echo, or we can in fact die, so that's probably the best idea, die, that's it, we can just say die, okay, maybe give an error, so we can say error. That should be okay, yeah, okay. So, MySQL connect, we're performing this here, we're saying if this hasn't worked, or we should be doing actually, so or this hasn't worked, kill the page and connection error. So let's refresh. Okay, everything's worked because we haven't killed with a connection error. Now we can say else echo connected. So we can refresh. I'm going to remove this connected display message because we don't want to obviously we don't want to display this to the user every time we're connecting to our database. Now let's change something. So we'll change this back to Alex. Refresh. We've got an error. We can obviously put our there. Put our @ symbols in there so we just get our could not connect error back. So now let's change this database to 1, but we'll change that back to root. We're still getting a could not connect error. So we're killing the page if we can't connect for either reason, and if we're not, then we're carrying on down to here. So we're killing the page if we get an error, because if you have a lot of if you've got a lot of need to access a database on your page, there's no point echoing your page if you can't connect to the database. So for example, if the database is down for any reason, this will also produce a connection error. So that's basically how to connect to your database and how to handle errors in the correct way if for any reason you can't connect to either your database or select or connect to your server or select your database. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another tutorial for the New Boston. Now, in this tutorial, we've already looked at, or in the past tutorial, we've already looked at connecting to our database. Now, to make this a lot more efficient so we can include it where we require it, I'm just going to get rid of everything in our index.php file, and I'm going to create a new file. Make sure this is enclosed in PHP tags. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm now going to save it as connect.inc.php. Now, what I can do with this now is whenever I open up a new page, let's say it might be index.php or something else.php, all I can do is up the top I can require connect.inc.php, and this way we've required this file to be to first of all exist, because require will kill the rest of the page if this can't be found. Second of all, connects to our database. So now what we can do is under here we can start doing things to allow us to grab some data from our database. Okay, so let's assume that we've connected to our database properly. Let's come into database and refresh from the last tutorial. Okay, we've got nothing up. So under here, let's echo maybe OK out, just so we know that it's working. Let's refresh. Okay, so we've got OK. So the first thing we know is that we've required the file correctly, the file exists. Second of all, we know that we've connected properly because we haven't killed here. So this should always come at the top of your page. So let's go to Php My Admin, and inside this A database I'm going to insert some data. So we need a table first. I'm going to call this table food, and number of fields I'm going to say, let's say we need an ID field, we need the name of the food, and I'm going to say the calories and whether it's unhealthy or healthy. So I'm going to have 4 fields. So let's create these fields. We're going to ID is going to be int. We're going to have the index as primary because this is a unique, and AI, which is auto increment, is going to be yes, so we want this auto increment. Next is going to be food, and then we're going to say calories, and then we're going to say I'm going to call this healthy or unhealthy. I'm going to call it HU. In fact, let's make it a bit easier to see. Healthy, unhealthy. And this is going to be equal to, I'm going to say, a varchar length 1. So if the food's healthy, this value is going to equal H. If it's unhealthy, it's going to equal U. The food, I'm going to say varchar of, let's say, 25. And calories is going to stay an int, because we're always going to have an integer number for the amount of calories in the food. So let's go along down here, and I'm going to click save. So let's hopefully we're going to return, yep, we've returned table has been created. So let's browse. We can't browse the data, but we can see the structure. We've got ID as a primary key in int, food of a varchar 25, calories in, healthy, unhealthy, varchar 1. So we're storing either an H or a U for this. Okay, so let's go and insert a row of data. I'm going to put the food, remember the ID can be blank because that's automatically going to equal 1. The food I'm going to say pizza. The calories I'm going to say 1,000. And unhealthy or healthy I'm going to say U for unhealthy. Let's just untick this, ignore, and we'll insert another row. Food, let's say salad. Calories I'm going to say 200, and I'm going to say it's healthy, so I'm going to put an H. So let's click on go. That's inserted them 2 rows. That's successfully done. Now we can click browse and view this data. So we can see that we've got an ID which is unique, we've got the food name, the calorie amount, and healthy or unhealthy. So let's say I want to select all the data and display it. Now to select all data, we need to first perform a query, as we've discussed, that needs to select all the data. So I'm going to create a variable called query, and this is going to be equal to some string text. I'm using double quotation marks because remember we're using singles inside the query. So this query is going to be select. Now we need to mention the field name. So select. I'm going to say food and calories. So food, calories, separated by a comma. From, with a space. So from, and this table is called food. So we need to mention that. Where, in fact we can encase these in here as well. So we're selecting the field food and calories, which is what we're going to display. If we needed to display, for example, the ID as well, we'd choose ID, but we don't. We just want to keep that hidden for now. So food, calories from food, where, and I want to say, in fact, no, don't want to say anything. That's it. We can specify an order by, so we can say order by ID, for example. That's absolutely fine. So order by ID. Now what we need to do is we need to actually perform the query. As far as this goes, we haven't actually executed the query within the database. If we refresh our page, you can see that nothing's happening. We're not actually executing the query. So query, I'm going to say run equals, now we're using this MySQL query function to actually run the query. So you can either use the MySQL query function on its own and insert your structured query language in there, or what you can do is just then pop that inside of it. So we pop in this query in here, and then this is running the query. Okay. What we can also do is we can use this or die, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, sorry, I've just deleted that. I didn't mean to comment that out. I'm going to say if query run equals MySQL query, then run this block. The reason I'm doing this is because if the query is successful, this will evaluate to true, and then we can continue with our code. But I'm going to say otherwise query failed. Okay, so echo query success. Now what we're not doing is we're not displaying the result of this query just yet. We're just performing the query. We can use some functions later on to display the results, but for now what we're doing is we're just saying query success if this query makes sense and returns something and is structured properly. Otherwise we're saying query failed. So if the query is a load of rubbish and doesn't make sense, even if it does return, well, it wouldn't return because it would fail, but query success doesn't necessarily mean it's returned any rows. It just means that it's structured properly and it's run correctly. So let's just test this first of all. You'll see that we've got, oh, query failed. Okay, so let's see what could be wrong. Okay, I've included this extra comma here, which I didn't mean to. So now let's refresh, query success. But now you can obviously see if we do something like an extra comma, or say we don't include an extra little apostrophe on there, we'll return a query failed. So you'll know now if your query has worked or not. What you can also do is if the query has failed, you can return the specific error. So what we can do is echo MySQL error, and that is of query run. So what we can do is we can refresh, and this is success. However, if we do something like add an extra comma in and we refresh, we get this MySQL. Oh no, not valid. Okay, yeah, sorry. There we go. So you don't need to supply an argument in here, it's just MySQL error. And what this will do is this will pick up the error from the last query run. So else echo MySQL error. Now let's read this. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right syntax to use near from food, order by ID. So that's the rest of it. So what we can determine is just before from food, we've got this comma. So we can delete that, we can refresh, and our query's worked. So now that our query's worked, we need to grab the data of our query and display it. So the best way to do this would be to use a loop, because we have multiple rows to return. If you look, we've got pizza and salad. Query is just going to return, if you were to just echo out the values, it's just going to return one of the rows. But what we want to do is we want to return all of the rows. So we do this using a while loop. And inside our condition for the while loop, we need to reassign we need to assign a variable, and we need to create an associative array from our results. Now remember, an associative array contains a key, which is in a textual form, and a value. In this case, an associative array returned from this, the keys will be ID, food, calories, and healthy and unhealthy. Or in the case of our query, we're just selecting food and calories, so our associative array will contain the key, food and calories, and the value will be each one of these. So, well, it'll be this one first, then this one. So we can then return them in a loop. So what I want to do is I want to say while row equals MySQL fetch, it's said assoc, I guess, but this is actually short for associative. So MySQL fetch associative, and we reference the query that's been run. So we've executed our query here. Here what we're doing is grabbing an associative array of our data and assigning it to the array that's named row. Okay, you can call this query row. So query row is now an array because we've grabbed our data from our query as an associative array and put it into this variable. Okay, so now let's see what happens when we run the code, and it will be nothing. So nothing's happened, so we haven't failed, but we've created this while loop in which we can echo out the data from each row. Now how do we do this? Usually, for best practice, I reassign the variables. So what I do is I say food equals, and we need to now take an element of the array. So we need to say query row food, and I'll do the calories and then I'll explain this. Okay, so we've got a variable now called food, and we've got a variable called calories, and they're both equal to the reference of this array. Remember, we're using square brackets, and because it's an associative array, we're taking the value from the field name food and the field name calories. So this food here and this calories here correspond to this and that. The first time round this loop, food is going to equal pizza, and calories is going to equal 1000. The second time round this loop, remember because we're using a while loop, food is going to be equal to salad, and then calories is going to be equal to 200. So all we do now, let's run it first to make sure we don't have any errors. Always good to check as we go along. Nope, no errors returned. So let's say echo food, a break. In fact, no, we can say food has calories. So we're just basically concatenating on text between our variables. So, and then we can break down. So the first time around the loop, we're going to say food has calories. So this will be pizza has 1000 calories. The second time around the loop, we say salad has 200 calories. So let's just test it out and see if everything's working. Okay, so now for the first time that you can see that the query has returned the data. We're looping through each of the rows that have been returned by our query, and we're echoing out the results. So now, essentially what we've done is taken data from our database via PHP. Now what we can do is change our query around slightly so we can retrieve different information. So for example, at the moment this is pizza first, then salad. Now what happens if I want to order it by ID, as we've already seen? I want salad to come first, then pizza. I want the last added row to come first. So that's simple, we just modify our query up here. Order by ID descending. So we're ordering in descending value. Let's come back to our PHP page and refresh, and you can see, oh no, we've got an error. So okay, order by, oh yeah, sorry, okay, I've duplicated this. We've ordered by ID, but we want to order now by descending. So order by your ID descending. Let's refresh, and you can see that salad has now come first. The same as if we were to say ascending, but obviously you can see that this is automatically ascending by default. So now what happens if we want to select only a certain food type? So let's say we are producing a list of healthy food. Let's just go in and add some more records so we can get a better idea of what's happening. So healthy food might be pasta, for example. So we can say pasta. Calories might say 600. We might say this is healthy, so we'll give this a value of H. And down here we can say another unhealthy food. We'll say ice cream. Calories, let's just give it, say 700. And we'll say this is unhealthy. We'll denote that with a U. So let's click go, and we'll just double check that everything is there. Now we've automatically put these values in, so when we come back to our PHP page, this will automatically update. So I've refreshed, and that's been updated. And you can see that it's still in descending order. We've got ice cream, pasta, salad and pizza. So now what I want to do is I want to modify my query to work with only healthy food. So I'm going to say select food calories from food where, so before this order ID, where healthy underscore unhealthy, which is our column name, remember, let's just go back and have a look at that, where healthy unhealthy, and we need to say is equal to H, so equals H, remember this time using single quotation marks rather than apostrophes. So now let's refresh our page, and you can see that that's been updated with just the healthy food. And then the same again with unhealthy. We could choose U, and then we can list just the unhealthy food. So you can see that just by selecting data from our database, we're choosing exactly the data we want to select. Remember, you can also use things like the AND keyword as well. And you can pretty much change this query to however you need to select your data and how you need to apply conditions to it. Now, there's also a function in PHP that allows you to return an integer with the amount of rows that have been returned. So, for example, if we return no values, so we've got healthy, unhealthy equals u, I could say, and let's just pick something out. Healthy, unhealthy equals u, and calories equal 100. So what we're doing now in our query is we're selecting where the food is unhealthy and the calories are equal to 100. Now if you look in our table, let's look at the unhealthy. So we've got unhealthy pizza, which is 1,000. We've got unhealthy ice cream, which is 700. No record exists where the value is u for unhealthy and the calories match 100. So what's going to happen is when we refresh our page, we've returned nothing. So what happens if we want to display a message to the user saying nothing's been found, so no results have been returned from this query that's been run here? So what we do is we use the MySQL num rows function. So if query run equals MySQL query, now inside what we can do is say, just above the while loop, and then we'll close that just before that, we can say if MySQL underscore num underscore rows, we need to reference the query run, so the query that has actually been run, equals 0 or null, then say something, otherwise we can loop through the data. There's no point, I'm just going to increment that, or indent that, sorry. There's no actual point in running this while loop here if the data returned here is equal to 0. So we can put an error message in here saying no results found. Okay, and let's make this into large so you can understand what's going on. So we've run the query. Now we're running an if statement, and we're saying if the number of rows returned from this query are equal to 0, say no results found. Otherwise, we're looping through the data that has been found, because if it doesn't equal 0, we must have at least one row. Then we loop through and grab the data. So let's just refresh our page and see what happens. So you can see no results found. Now what happens if we change our query around? Let's just go up to our query, and I say and calories equals 700. Now let's go back to our database. We can see that an unhealthy food with a calorie amount of 700 is ice cream. So therefore this query will have returned one row. Therefore this if statement will evaluate to false and will run this block here. So let's just test that. We should just get ice cream displayed on our page. And we have, so ice cream has 700 calories. So using these few simple functions and using a while loop, you can see that we can select all rows in our database that have been returned with a specific query. Now we don't always need to use this while loop to return specific information. For example, if we know that we're only going to return one row, for example the example I've already used with the username and password, if we say return one row and we know we're only ever going to return one row, we can do this slightly differently, and that will be demonstrated in the next video in this series. So for now, that was selecting data from our database using a loop and these small but very useful functions. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. Now we've already looked at selecting data from our database, and we did this using the code here. If you haven't already looked at the previous tutorial that explains this code and you're not comfortable looking at this code and understanding what it does, I suggest you go back and view that tutorial, as well as if you haven't looked at the general tutorial on queries and using MySQL, then I recommend you view them as well. Now what we've done here is we've selected a specific field names from this table called food, where unhealthy equals U and calories equals 700. So we've been quite specific, and in this case we've only retrieved one value. That's the ice cream value here with the ID of 4. Now what we want to do is be able to take user input in order to return specific values. So let's say I want the user to be able to specify if they want a list of unhealthy food or healthy food, or maybe if they want to specify a maximum or minimum calorie amount. But for now we're just going to go for the unhealthy healthy food option, and then the rest of that will be self-explanatory for your own purposes. So we're going to keep the code we've already got here. Let's just tidy this up a bit so it's a bit more combined. In fact, we'll separate it just so it's easier to view. Okay, so what we now want to do is take user input. So we want to come down here, or in fact up to the top we could do. Let's just cut off this require here and reopen a tag there for the rest of the PHP, and we can put our HTML in here. Now I'm going to create a form, and that's going to have action of the page that we're on at the moment, and the method is going to be get, just so we can see what's going on in the URL bar at the top, because eventually what we're going to be aiming for is something like we're on index.php. We want to aim for something like UH equals U for unhealthy or H for healthy. So we're using this get variable here to specify a value. So what we want to do is we want to create a field, and I'm going to say I'm going to create a select field, and this is going to be called UH, and inside we're going to have our options. So we need option, we're going to have a first option, and we're going to have a second option, and these options are unhealthy or healthy, if I can spell it correctly. So option value equals we'll just say U, and option value equals H. So now let's create a submit button. We'll go down a couple of lines and say input type equals submit, and the value of that can just be submit, so that's what's being displayed to the user. And we'll add something that's a bit more user friendly, so choose a food type, I guess. That would be fine. Okay, so let's first of all okay, we'll leave that for now. So let's press F5, choose a food type, unhealthy or healthy. Now ignore this for now, because in the PHP code we've got a static static query which we've predefined, so ignore this for now. But eventually what our form will do is it will produce a list of foods depending on what the user selects here. So now what we're doing is, as well as creating our query, we're allowing the user to specify things that they want to return. So this is really useful in sort of everyday applications. So I'm going to click on unhealthy and click submit, and you can see that up here we've got UH equals U, and here we can say healthy, click submit, UH equals H. So we're processing get data through to the URL, and then we can process that in our query. So how do we do this? Well, the first thing we need to do is inside our PHP here, we need to check if these values have been submitted. So I'm going to say if is set $_get UH, then proceed with all of this code here, and then what we can do is indent everything we've already got inside just so it looks a lot nicer. So indent that. So if is set get UH and not empty $_get UH. Now what we can do is we can say UH equals $_get UH. Now let's kill the script there and echo this out, so we know we're basically testing for this being submitted. So we'll refresh the page back to index.php. Okay, so we've got nothing there now because we've killed the page. Choose a food type, unhealthy or healthy. So let's select unhealthy first, and we should be submitted a U here for unhealthy. And now healthy, submit, and we've got an H there. Okay, so now what we can do is we can insert this value that's selected into our query to allow the query to become more dynamic and select the food type, either whether unhealthy or healthy, depending on the user's input. Now, before we start this, there is a problem that we do have here, and we have a potential for SQL injection. And I have a video on SQL injection in this this series for the New Boston. So have a look at that video before you run anything like this on a live web server, because you'll tend to find that queries can be modified using data. So for example, if I was submitting this H value here is eventually going to go into a query. So I could change this to something, it wouldn't be select star, but just for an example, I could change that so we can input different things into our query. If that doesn't make sense now, it will do in a moment. So input equals H. That's a good point actually. Let's also make this str to lower, so we're always converting this to lowercase in case people try to modify the URL and everything like that. So what we want to do is, in fact, SQL might not be an issue in this case, because what we might want to do is we might want to check whether this UH either equals U or equals H before we perform this query. So we've grabbed the value UH. What we can do now here is above the query we can check if UH, the variable, is equal to either a small u, which it'll automatically be small because of the str to lower, or will it be an H. So we can say if UH is equal to a U or UH is equal to an H, then we can run all of this code here, so down to there. And now let's indent everything again so we can view it properly. So if the submitted variable, which is here, is equal to a U or an H, perform the query. Let's just test by putting in else must be U or H. So let's refresh to here. So if we would select healthy, so we're performing this static, so that basically means that it's worked. We're not selecting this data just yet because we haven't input it into the query, but just imagine that this is confirmation, just to say yes, it's worked. If we click healthy again, we still receive this message. However, if we were to modify this up here to say A must be U or H, or in fact something that might be classed as some kind of an SQL injection, we are supplying this error message. But what we can do for now is take out this error message because we don't really want to give away too much how our program works. So let's go back up, and now we need to do something about this query, because at the moment it's selecting this ice cream row, and this is useless because we're allowing the user to input a value, but we're selecting a query based on our static preset conditions here. So now what we want to say is we're going to get rid of this and calories here. We want to say where healthy, unhealthy equals a certain value. So this value is going to be UH, because remember the user is submitting here a value which is put into UH. We're then making sure it equals U or H, then we're performing a query, but this time instead of putting U or H in ourselves, we're supplying the value of this variable. So now if the user was to click on healthy, the value of this UH here submitted will be H. We'll go back into PHP, we're doing the relevant checks here, we're grabbing the variable here, converting it to lowercase, checking if it's equal to U8, and then putting it into the query. So not only have we allowed the user to input their own value, we've thought about the structure of our program in the fact we need to check this before it's set, we need to then set it into a variable, then we need to check, then we put it into the query, and follow on by producing a list of all food which is either healthy or unhealthy. So now what we've done is we've created a dynamic query. So let's go back to index.php and see if this works. So we want to choose a food type. We'll choose unhealthy first of all and click submit. You can see that we've now produced a list. Ice cream has 700 calories, pizza has 1000 calories. So they're the two unhealthy values inside our database. So we've got U and U, which is pizza and ice cream. What we can then do is select healthy, click submit. This value up here changes, therefore the query changes, and we've selected the healthy food in our database. So this is how we can combine user input, and it could be text-based input, it can be like drop-down list input, like we've done a select input. It could be absolutely anything. You can even press a button just to grab some values. It's all about combining what knowledge you have of the post and the get variables, and then inserting the data that's been submitted into a query. Now, like I mentioned before, this can be dangerous. We can have something happen called Sql Injection, and that's when the value that's put into the database might equal, might come through as another part of a query. For example, if this UH value was equal to let's just go up here, was equal to a semicolon, a single quotation mark, or, and this is this what I'm typing is the value of UH, or nothing equals nothing. Okay, so say that's what the user typed into a text area box. That would then be substituted into here, without that extra one, and you can see how just by inputting this data into there, which would not usually be there, so a user types this here into a text box and puts it into here, we've automatically changed the query. Nothing does equal nothing, so this query will always evaluate to true, and this is just an example. However, it can be dangerous, so you need to think about the checks that you do before you perform a query in a program. That's very important. When you're practicing, not so much, but I can, I'll warn you now that this is a good practice to get into, making sure that people can't inject their own SQL into your query, hence the name Sql Injection. But this has been a quick tutorial, or a long tutorial, on how to allow user input to create your query more dynamically. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a video for the new Boston. Now, in this, we've already looked at, or within Php My Admin, we've already looked at creating things, deleting things, but I'm going to use Php Admin to just demonstrate some simple SQL queries, just so we understand the basic concept of queries, how they work and how they retrieve values, and also how to structure them, because that's very important. The minute we structure it slightly wrong, we'll be returned an error. We'll have an error in our syntax. So we've got a tab up here that I've just clicked called SQL. Now, Php My Admin will also automatically put in this little query from you: select star from users where 1, and that's because we were on the browse tab here. By clicking on this, we're doing exactly the same as what we're doing on the browse tab. It will return everything from this table. There's no limits to this at all. It's just select everything, meaning star, from the table users, and where 1 is irrelevant. We can take this out. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click go, and you can see that this has showing rows 0 to 1 and 2 total. Query took an amount of seconds, and it's shown our query here with this limit on the end, which I'll explain soon. But we've retrieved exactly the same data as if we were to click browse. So this SQL SQL query for us at the moment is useless inside PHP My Admin, but when we're working within PHP, we might want to select everything from the database. However, some advice for you is to not to use select star, because what you're doing is when you're selecting data from a database, you rarely will need all of it. I could just say select username, password. For example, if I was logging my user in, I'm not going to need to access their username or password, their first name or last name, to log them in, because this is irrelevant login details. We just need the username and password. So if we were to just say select username and then comma password, now bear in mind these have to exactly match your field names. And as with this here, you can enclose them in either semicolons or this slanted, not a semicolon, sorry, a single quotation mark, or this slanted apostrophe. So we're using an apostrophe here in our username and password. So now let's click go and see what happens. So what we've done is we've returned a query, but this time we've only selected a certain amount of data we want to be retrieved. So we've automatically cut time out of our query. You can see here it says 7 seconds. However, if we were to select everything, no, it's quicker. But yeah, okay, so my point there was rendered invalid. But when we're working within PHP, and we're using lots of queries at once, or we're using joins, things like that, which you'll learn later, we want to be selecting as quick as possible. Plus, there's no need to select some amounts of data. So here I'm saying select username, password from users. Now at the moment we've got this where one. Where one's just going to select everything. So where one's true, so it's going to select everything. But what we can do is we can specify where we want to select this data in specifics. Now remember, we've got unique username fields, unique ID fields, sorry. And here we've got ID of 1 and 2 for Alex and Billy, and these are unique to this user. So let's say I just wanted to return from ID 1. All I need to do is say where ID equals 1, and we can put that in there as well. So where ID equals 1, so this is going to select the username and password from the users table, which we're in, where the ID is equal to 1. And we're not using a double equals here, we're just using an equals, because there's no assignment of data using this equal sign. So in PHP we use a double equals, but in structured query language we use an equal sign. So let's click go and see what happens. Unknown column 1. Right, okay, so let's go back to edit this. Okay, no problem. So let's go back to SQL and we'll start again. So we want to select, I'll tell you why that error occurred in a minute, username, password from users, where ID equals 1 without our apostrophes. So now we can click go, and our query was successful this time. So you can see what we've done is we've only selected Alex and password. So we've selected the username and password where the ID is equal to 1. If we look back here, you can see that the ID at 1 matches Alex's data. So it's quite simple to grab the data that you need. Okay, so let's return to SQL. This time what I want to do is I want to perform a query which is going to retrieve the username and or the first name and the surname, but where this time we're going to specify a username and a password. Now if the username and password don't match, we're not going to return this data. However, if the username and password do match, we're going to return this data. So this is essentially a login system. And to do this, we're going to say select first name, last name. Remember, this is the data we want to display when we've selected it. And we don't need to put these in apostrophes, but it's probably good practice too. So first name, last name from users, where, and this is where we specify the username and the password. Now if I was to say where username equals or is equal to Alex, and so we're using an operator here, we're saying and password, not in capitals, equals Fred, for example, or password equals P123 or P. So what we're doing here is we're selecting the first name and last name. Like I said, we're going to be returning this data from the users table, where username is Alex and password equals P. Now, nowhere in this table does the username equal Alex and the password equal P. We've got username equals Alex and password equals password, and username Billy and password equals pass123. So what we're actually doing with this query here is we're returning no rows, and you'll see that when I click go in a moment. Now this has automatically told us that a username and a password combination is invalid, therefore a login cannot be processed. So let's click go. Okay, so we've got unknown column, last name, surname. So this corrected query should now return username equals Alex, password equals P. Okay, let's try it. Put that in there. Click go. Okay, so MySQL. So I've used apostrophes for this and just single quotation marks for the actual data itself. So MySQL returned an empty result set, i.e. 0 rows. So this query here that we've selected, Alex is for the username and P for the password, has returned no data. Therefore, the username may exist, but the password might be wrong. So in general, we have a username and password combination error. So now what happens if we run the query with the correct data in? So you can see that my username is Alex here, my password is password. So let's run this and see what happens. Now what it's done is it's returned my first name and my surname because the username and password were both found and they both matched in the same row of data. So this would be classed as a successful login. So hopefully you understand the concept of this and how it could be used in PHP. We're going to move on to some more queries now. Let me just close this window. Let's browse for the data. Let's start from the beginning. So what happens if, let's say, my surname changes, okay? Or let's say my first name changes. It could be anything. So let's assume that this user, Alex, with the password of password, wants to change the name of the first name to Dale, for example. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click SQL. Remember that the ID is 1. Now within PHP you'd have stored this somewhere in a session. If you've already looked at sessions, like things like login, you'll understand that the ID of the user could be stored in a session, so the current user. So in PHP it's quite easy. Once a user's logged in and we've said, yeah, the user logged in is ID1, we're referencing this user as ID1 because it's a unique field, we can change anything just by referencing back to this ID1. And to do this, we're going to say, we're not going to use select because we're not returning any data, we're just changing. What we want to say is we want to say update users set, and then we choose the data that we want to set to a different value. So set first name equals Dale, where ID equals 1. So let's just go back to this browser, we'll open that in a new tab. So what we're doing here is we're using the update keyword. And by the way, you don't have to do these in capitals, but what happens is if you differentiate things like update and set and where in capitals, you can see that this is the difference between your structured query language and what you're actually dealing with. So it's a lot easier to see. So what we're doing is we're updating users, so this is the users table here. What we're doing is we're setting the first name equal to Dale, so the first name here equal to Dale. If you were to just say first name equals Dale, this would update both surnames because we've not specified what ID or what unique field we want to set it by. So set first name equals Dale where the ID equals 1. So what this is going to do is it's going to select the ID with row 1, it's going to come across and set the first name here to Dale. So let's just click on that, or click on go rather. And you can see that one row affected, so it's telling us how many rows have been affected. And in this case, one row is good because we're assuming that this is the row that we want to update. So now if we come into browse, let's just close that off, you can see that we've successfully updated this first name in the table. So you can start to begin to see why this is useful for when we're dealing with PHP. For example, a user might want to change, say, their password, or they might want to change their first name, surname, email address even, anything to do with that. And we can do that easily within our database. Obviously, we're not going to be working inside Php My Admin, we're going to be doing everything from PHP, which is a slightly longer process, but it uses exactly the same queries. And as long as we've got this ID stored somewhere in a session or a cookie, then we can, well, probably not in a cookie because that would be unsafe to some extent, but if it was stored somewhere, then we would be able to do this. So now let's look at deleting rows. So let's say I want to delete this row here, this with ID 2, or even ID 1, it doesn't really matter. So let's come into our SQL tab again. And what we need to do is we need to this time use the delete keyword. We need to say delete from, and we need to specify the table, so users, that's very important. Delete from users where, and then all we need to do is specify the column, preferably the unique column. So if we come back to here, where ID equals a certain amount, you could say where username equals Alex or where password equals something, but obviously at the moment we're dealing with sort of a user login type table, so we're going to delete where user ID equals 1. So it's just where ID equals 1. So this is going to delete from users where ID equals 1. So, just to mention beforehand, we can use other comparison operators. We can say things like greater than or equal to, or just is equal to, or just greater than or less than, and things like that. But obviously for now we're just deleting a single row, so where ID equals 1. If we click go, do you really want to? So it's giving us a confirmation message because it knows that we're deleting. We can click OK. It will say one row deleted. It will give us our query back. Now what we can do is we can just close this off, click on browse, and you can see that that row has been deleted. So what happens now if we want to reinsert a whole new row of data? We've already looked at inserting the data manually, but from PHP we're going to want to say create a user account. We want to insert the data from scratch basically. So how are we going to do this? We click on insert. Oh no, we don't. We click on SQL because we're doing it manually. So I want to say insert into. So it's pretty much English language. It's easy to follow because you can get it stuck inside your head easy exactly what you're doing. So insert into. Obviously we're specifying the table we want to insert into. So insert into users. Then we use values and we have 2 brackets. Now inside here are the values we insert corresponding to the fields. So let's just browse this. Now this is the shorthand way of doing it, and this is what I'm going to be using. You can do it properly and long and specify each field name as you go along, but I'm just going to be saying insert into users, and then I'm just going to put the values in here. They are in they're going to be in single quotation marks separated by a comma. So at the moment, if we have a look, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different fields. So we need to insert 5 different bits of data. So we've got 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here, and 5 here. The other way around, it will start at 1, 2, etc. So they're comma separated values. We're using single quotation marks. Now ID can be left blank. We know that because this is auto increment. the next value we insert is going to have an ID of 3 because we're coming from the last value inserted 2. So we need to insert a username, a password, a first name and a surname. So what we do is we insert, say, Alex, password, Alex and Gary. Now if we don't specify, say, the last field here, we're going to be returned with an error. Let's just have a look at that. Column count doesn't match value count at row 1. Now if you are ever trying to insert data from PHP and you are echoing out the sort of like results of your query, if you know you may have an error and you get this is basically what you need to focus on. You need to make sure that you're inserting the data required. If you don't want to insert a surname, for example, you still need to specify with these inverted commas, or rather single quotation marks. However, you can't leave it out, so you have to insert, it can be blank. So I'm just going to put Garrett in for now. Okay, so that's basically our simple query to insert data. So each of these we've comma separated correspond to our column names, our field names. So we've got ID as the first one, we've got username as the second one, which is Alex, and we've got the password, then we've got the first name and the surname. Okay, so we've inserted them in order where they correspond. So let's click on go. You can see that one row is inserted row ID at 3. So now let's go and click on browse and see what we've got. You can see that we've now reinserted the value or the row with Alex, password, Alex and Garrett, and this is now ID of 3. Now what happens if I delete all of these, just simply using this delete here, and now what I want to do is insert a new piece of data. So I'm going to go just insert anything. Okay, so we've inserted some data, and now you can see that it started at ID 4. Let's say we wanted to go back and we want to start at ID 1 again. Now let's just delete that. You can use this tab called in operations, and if you come down you can see auto increment. We can change this back to 0. If we click on go, we come back to insert, and we want to insert a new value. In fact, we'll do this in a query. So we want to insert into users, values. So we've got our ID, our first name, our username, our password, our first name and our last name. So we've got Alex, say, password, Alex and Garrett. So let's click go. Now what you can see is oh, okay, right, maybe not. So let's go back to operations. Oh, okay, so I set it to 0, it needs to be set to 1, sorry. So click go. Let's come and delete this query I've just put in there. And what that will do is now when we want to reinsert some data, so insert into users, values, ID, username, password, first name, surname. If you set up this structure first of all, it makes it a lot easier to look at and say, just to enter your data. So password, Alex and Garrett. Let's click go. Now you can see that we've inserted it with a row ID. Okay, right, okay. For some reason this doesn't want to go back. That's odd. Perhaps we need to delete before we do this. So let's come into browse and click delete. Operations. Let's come and change this to 1. Click go. Let's just check that's definitely been changed. Back to 1. Yeah, it has. So let's insert that again. Certainly getting lots of practice inserting using this SQL. So insert into users, values, oh, too many commas. So we've got the username, password again, Alex, and go. So let's click go. Okay, so inserted row ID 1. So if you were to delete all the data in your table and you want to start at ID 1 again, then just click on the Operations tab and you can do that from there. So these are some of the basic queries, if you like, that we've performed to insert, delete data, modify data. There's plenty more things you can do, things that you can use joins, combinations of tables. If you're struggling with this, then just have a play around with it, creating data, deleting, modifying, just selecting from different places as well. We also have things called ordering, so we can order things and limit things as well. Now let's just insert a few more bits of data. So username, Billy, password, Billy. Let's insert some more. Say Dale, password. Go. So we've got 3 bits of data in here, so we're just imagining that we've got lots and lots of data for now. We've got ID of 1, 2 and 3. Now assuming that ID is 1 for Alex and ID is 3 for Dale, Alex will have been created a lot earlier than Dale. We've created Alex first, then Billy, then Dale, because we're using the ID as an ordering system. Now it's probably best to use timestamps in this case. I have a tutorial on timestamps that you should go back and look at if you don't already know. But when you're inserting data, you should probably always use a field with a timestamp in it. And therefore what you can do is you can order your rows depending on when that row was created. So when the row was created, the timestamp you'll be able to order it because it's just an integer. It's just a large integer. But for now I'm going to order using ID. Now what happens if I want to order this, display all users but in order of the last user first? So I want Dale to be first, then Billy, then Alex. Now if you don't know what I mean, I'm just going to show you. If we go to select, say, first name and the I called it surname or last name. Let's just have a check. Surname. So first name and surname from users. All that's going to do is select everything. So let's just copy and paste that so we can use it later. Let's click go. You can see that what's happened is we've returned Alex, Garrett, Billy, Garrett, Dale, Garrett. Now, like I said, I want to structure this so Dale is at the top, then Billy, then Alex. For example, you may have a page on your website that says like a member list, and you want to structure your member list with the newest member at the top. In this case, this is ordered in descending. We started from the first user and we're descending down. What if we want it ascending? We want to go from the last one and we want to go up to the top. So what we do is we need to change our query in order to adhere to this. So what we need to do is we need to use this order by, and we want to order it by a specific column, and this column, as we've discussed, is ID. So order by ID. Now it's fair enough ordering by ID, but how are we ordering? Now we can order by ascending or descending, and it's written ASC or DESC. Okay, so yeah, DESC. So I want to order by ascending first of all. I'm going to click go, and you can see that it's ordered it in ascending order. Now if I want to descend from Dale to Alex, all I need to do is make a simple edit to my query, and I want to say order descending in capitals so we can see what we're doing. So I'm now ordering it in descending order. So if we click go, you can see that Dale's at the top, then Billy, then Alex. So like I said, this could be important for a list that you want to order in a specific order. You could be ordering by, say, a price, or you could be ordering by a date that a comment was made. So if you had a comment system on your website, you'd be storing comments in a table. You'd assign the date to a field called timestamp, and then you can order by that time. So there's many uses for things like ordering. So now what happens if I only want to show the first 2 recently registered users, which in this case would be Dale and Billy? I can use this thing called limit, the limit keyword. So order by ID descending space limit and then a number. So limit 3, limit 2, limit 1. If you had lots of records, you could say limit 100. So I'm going to limit by 2. It's as simple as that, limit space 2. Remember your space after you're descending as well. So we don't need any sort of commas or anything in between these. We just need spaces. So now what we're doing is we're selecting the first name and the surname from users. We're ordering by the ID in descending limit, so from the most recently inserted row to the least, the first, I guess. And then we're limiting by 2. So by clicking this, clicking go, you can see that we're only returning the first 2 rows. So I think that's about all for the most basic queries, things like that we're going to be using on a regular basis. You will pick up more as we go along, especially inside PHP when we need to do things like joins. But for now, that's basic queries, and I've demonstrated this in PHP My Admin, which is a really good place to mess around and try things out in an environment where you can visualize things rather than going straight into PHP. So if you visualize this first and have a play around, as soon as you understand it, then we can proceed to doing this but inside PHP. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. Now in this tutorial we're going to be looking at incrementing a value in a database by grabbing the value and updating it, and we're going to do this in the way of a hit counter, and it's going to be a unique hit counter. We're also going to have another table, despite the one where we're counting a single value. We're incrementing a single value. We're going to have a table that's going to store the IP address of the users that are visited. This is a very sort of loose way to do it, but it's just going to give you an idea of updating and everything like that. But we're going to keep a track of the users that are visited, so if the user has visited, we're not going to increment the value. So it's basically a unique hit counter, but using what we've already learned with SQL and SQL statements, or queries rather. So we've already got this food table, but we're going to ignore that for now because that was from the last tutorial. What we want to now do is create a new table, and I'm going to call this hits count, hits underscore count. Now this is going to be a single field table. We're going to have one field on it, and this is going to just be an integer starting from 0. We're going to work our way up as we refresh the page, as long as our IP address doesn't exist in another table, which is what we're going to create in a minute. So if we click go, the field we're specifying is going to be called count. It's an integer. We're going to set it as the primary key because technically it is a unique value. However, we don't need an auto increment because we're going to be specifying this value anyway. We could put auto increment, that would be a lot easier, but it would avoid the point of teaching you perhaps how this can work another way. So the quick and easy way would be to click auto increment, but what we're going to do is we're going to grab the current value and then add 1 to it and then increment. So we're going the long way around things, but it's going to allow you to practice a lot more. Okay, so we need to save this. Let's just go down and save that. So we've created this table with this count value here. If we browse the table at the moment, we've got nothing in. So what we're going to do is initially we're going to need to set this value to 0 by clicking insert, entering 0 and clicking go. You can now see that when we browse, we've got count equal to 0. Now within PHP, we're not going to do anything else in MySQL with regards to this. In PHP, we're going to grab this value, add 1, and then reinsert it into here, or update it rather. So we need another table now, and that's going to be called hits IP, and this is going to be a list of the IP addresses that have accessed the site. So again, we just need one field, and this is going to be IP. We don't need to set this to a primary key. This is going to be a varchar. Now if you think about an IP address, let's just go to here. We've got a possibility of this amount of characters in an IP address. So we've got 3 here, then 6, 9, 12 in length. Add the 3 dots is 13, 14 and 15. So we need it to be 15 characters or less. And we're not going to set that to primary. It'll give us a warning that we haven't set it to primary, but that doesn't matter. So no index defined here, but that's okay. So IP address is going to be stored in here in a long list, and our hit counts are going to be stored in here. Now there are other ways to do this. Obviously we could just have a method to store the IP addresses and then count the amount of IP addresses or unique IP addresses that are present using the MySQL numRows function, and that's going to work in exactly the same way. So there's loads of possibilities to create this, but like I said, I'm just going the long way around things so we learn a bit better. So back to PHP, we're not really going to do much more in Php My Admin now. I'm going to first of all include or require this connect file that we've created earlier on in the tutorials. If you haven't already seen that, I suggest you do so if you don't know how to connect to a database. So we've connected to our database and we're requiring this within our page. So if it's not there, we're not going to run the page. Simple enough. The next thing we need to do is grab the user IP, and I'm going to put this into a variable called user IP. So remember, we're using $_server, and then we need a remote address in there with the address shortened. There's another tutorial on this as well if you haven't already learned how to do this. So we've created a variable called user IP. Let's just echo that out. This is just to check that we're getting a value back correctly. Okay, so don't seem to be getting a value back. Oh, it's because we haven't saved the file, so that would help. Let's refresh. Okay, so I've got my local IP address being returned to me. We can test it just with this. So what's going to happen is I'm going to refresh the page. The hit counter is going to go up, my IP address is going to be stored, then the next time I refresh we're going to check for my IP. If my IP does exist in the database, or in the table rather, we're not going to update the count, but if it doesn't, again, we are. So it's essentially like a file-based hit counter like we've already discussed in some of the other tutorials. If you haven't seen that and you want to look at that, then you can go back and view them. But now we're using databases instead. Okay, so we're going to be using 2 functions within our program. I'm going to predefine these functions out. I'm going to write a skeleton, if you like, of these functions, and then we're going to fill them in at a later date. So the first function is going to be called IP exists, and the argument we're going to give this is IP. So we're going to be specifying the IP address into this function. So it's going to look something like this. And obviously this variable here is going to be user IP. So that's our first function. Our next function is going to be, let's just say update count. And this is going to take no arguments because all we're doing is incrementing the value by 1. That's simple enough. Now, because we've declared this user IP outside of our functions, we need to create a global of these inside. So we're saying global user IP. That's going to allow us to use this IP address outside there. Sorry, we don't need to do that in this function, but we do in this function, because we need to get the IP and we need to compare it to the user's IP that's been specified. So let's just echo out user IP and check that that works within that function. So IP exists, and let's just give this a value of 1, and we can refresh. Now you can see that it's still being echoed out. However, if I was to remove this global keyword and just try and echo out user IP, you can see it doesn't work, because we need to make this globally usable inside of our function. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. Now, in this tutorial we're going to be looking at incrementing a value in a database by grabbing the value and updating it. And we're going to do this in the way of a hit counter, and it's going to be a unique hit counter. We're also going to have another table, despite the one where we're counting a single value. we're incrementing a single value, we're going to have a table that's going to store the IP address of the users that are visited. This is a very sort of loose way to do it, but it's just going to give you an idea of updating and everything like that. But we're going to keep a track of the users that are visited, so if the user has visited, we're not going to increment the value. So it's basically a unique hit counter, but using what we've already learned with SQL and SQL statements, or queries rather. So we've already got this food table, but we're going to ignore that for now because that was from the last tutorial. What we want to now do is create a new table, and I'm going to call this hits underscore count. Now this is going to be a single field table. We're going to have one field on it, and this is going to just be an integer starting from 0, and we're going to work our way up as we refresh the page, as long as our IP address doesn't exist in another table, which is what we're going to create in a minute. So if we click go, the field we're specifying is going to be called count. It's an integer. We're going to set it as the primary key because technically it is a unique value. However, we don't need an auto increment because we're going to be specifying this value anyway. We could put auto increment, that would be a lot easier, but it would avoid the point of teaching you perhaps how this can work another way. So the quick and easy way would be to click auto increment, but what we're going to do is we're going to grab the current value and then add 1 to it and then increment. So we're going the long way around things, but it's going to allow you to practice a lot more. Okay, so we need to save this. Let's just go down and save that. So we've created this table with this count value here. If we browse the table at the moment, we've got nothing in. So what we're going to do is initially we're going to need to set this value to 0 by clicking insert, entering 0 and clicking go. You can now see that when we browse, we've got count equal to 0. Now within PHP, we're not going to do anything else in MySQL with regards to this. In PHP, we're going to grab this value, add 1, and then reinsert it into here, or update it rather. So we need another table now, and that's going to be called hits IP. And this is going to be a list of the IP addresses that have accessed the site. So again, we just need one field. And this is going to be IP. We don't need to set this to a primary key. This is going to be a varchar. Now if you think about an IP address, let's just go to here. We've got a possibility of this amount of characters in an IP address. So we've got 3 here, then 6, 9, 12 in length. Add the 3 dots is 13, 14 and 15. So we need it to be 15 characters or less. And we're not going to set that to primary. It'll give us a warning that we haven't set it to primary, but that doesn't matter. So no index defined here, but that's okay. So IP address is going to be stored in here in a long list, and our hit counts are going to be stored in here. Now there are other ways to do this. Obviously we could just have a method to store the IP addresses and then count the amount of IP addresses or unique IP addresses that are present using the MySQL numRows function, and that's going to work in exactly the same way. So there's loads of possibilities to create this, but like I said, I'm just going the long way around things so we learn a bit better. So back to PHP, we're not really going to do much more in Php My Admin now. I'm going to first of all include or require this connect file that we've created earlier on in the tutorials. If you haven't already seen that, I suggest you do so if you don't know how to connect to a database. So we've connected to our database and we're requiring this within our page. So if it's not there, we're not going to run the page. Simple enough. The next thing we need to do is grab the user IP, and I'm going to put this into a variable called user IP. So remember, we're using $_server, and then we need a remote address in there with the address shortened. There's another tutorial on this as well if you haven't already learned how to do this. So we've created a variable called user IP. Let's just echo that out. This is just to check that we're getting the value back correctly. Okay, so don't seem to be getting a value back. Oh, it's because we haven't saved the file, so that would help. Let's refresh. Okay, so I've got my local IP address being returned to me. We can test it just with this. So what's going to happen is I'm going to refresh the page. the hit counter is going to go up, my IP address is going to be stored, and the next time I refresh, we're going to check for my IP. If my IP does exist in the database, or in the table rather, we're not going to update the count, but if it doesn't, again, we are. So it's essentially like a file-based hit counter, like we've already discussed in some of the other tutorials. If you haven't seen that and you want to look at that, then you can go back and view them. But now we're using databases instead. Okay, so we're going to be using two functions within our program. I'm going to predefine these functions out. I'm going to write a skeleton, if you like, of these functions, and then we're going to fill them in at a later date. So the first function is going to be called IP exists, and the argument we're going to give this is IP, so we're going to be specifying the IP address into this function. So it's going to look something like this. And obviously this variable here is going to be user IP. So that's our first function. Our next function is going to be, let's just say update count. And this is going to take no arguments, because all we're doing is incrementing the value by 1. That's simple enough. Now, because we've declared this user IP outside of our functions, we need to create a global of these inside. So we're saying global user IP. That's going to allow us to use this IP address outside there. Sorry, we don't need to do that in this function, but we do in this function, because we need to get the IP and we need to compare it to the user's IP that's been specified. So let's just echo out user IP and check that that works within that function. So IP exists, and let's just give this a value of 1, and we can refresh. Now you can see that it's still being echoed out. However, if I was to remove this global keyword and just try and echo out user IP, you can see it doesn't work, because we need to make this globally usable inside of our function. So now that we've got that sorted, we're not going to run into any errors later on in our program. Update count doesn't need to take anything for now, but we need to make user IP global for this function. The first function we're going to be working on is the update count, because this is probably the most simplest. All we need to do is run a function to grab the value, or a query rather, to grab the value from the database. We then need to grab this, or add 1 to this, and then insert it into the database, or update the count field. So let's go back to hits count so we can work with this. So count at the moment is equal to 0. So the first thing we're going to focus on doing is grabbing this value. So let's create a query. And it's just text for now. We're going to run the query in a moment so we can see if the query's worked or not. So I'm going to say select count from hits count. That's it. So let's put these in with apostrophes around them so we can see it better. So now we can run the query. So query run equals MySQL query. Remember, we're using this function, and we're just putting the text that we've defined our query up here. So this query should work because we know that it's working. So let's run the page. Let's first of all call this function. Okay. Let's go back to our page and see if we have any errors. Okay, we don't. But I want to make sure we don't run into any errors, so I want to say if, and I'm going to enclose this in brackets, then we continue. Okay? If not, we want to say die, and we want to say, in fact, we won't use die because this can sometimes interfere with the template of your website. For example, if you were including this at the top of your website, you're not going to want to kill the rest of the page just because the query is not working. So for now, we're going to leave this out. At the moment, we've just got an if statement. We haven't got an if-else statement. So all we're doing is we're saying if this query works, then run it. Otherwise, just be silent. We're not going to say anything to the user. But we could test it for now, I suppose, and we could say die, and then we can put MySQL error in there. And this is a great method for debugging as well. If you're not sure about your queries and you want to add this in for now, let's say you were to add, say, an extra comma in there or something, and to refresh, you get the error back. But like I said before, if we get rid of this, and then we put an and just before this, an at sign, sorry, just before this, and we refresh, we don't get an error back, we're just silent about it. So let's get rid of that now. So presuming our query has run, we've checked that our query is run, we need to get the value returned from this query. And we can do this using the MySQL result function. So I'm going to say count equals MySQL result. Now there's a few arguments we need to pass through to this. The first one is the query that's been run, so that's query run. And the second one is the row that we want to receive, get the value from. Now obviously we've only got one row, and we're only ever going to have one row. We're not inserting more than one row, we're just updating this single row here. So remember, this is the row here, and this is the field name down here, the column. So row and column. So we've got count equal to 0 at the moment. It's on the 0 row, so the first row is the 0 row, because remember we start at 0 when we're counting. So we've got 0, so we type 0 in there. And lastly, we need to specify the field name, which is count. So I can just write count in there. So now the value count, this here, is equal to 0. So let's echo count out to see what happens. So update count function is now going to give us a 0 back. So let's just change this inside of our database to make sure that everything's working. Let's just give this a value of, say, 21. We can go back to our page, refresh, and we get this value back. So we know that everything's working properly. Let's just change this back to 0. Click go. Okay, so back to 0. Now that we've got this count variable, we can create a new variable called countinc, and that is going to be equal to count plus 1. Otherwise, we could say count plus plus, but for now, I just want to create a new variable to keep things simple. So countinc equals count plus 1. So now what we've got is we've got the original value, which is 0. Let me just click back to here. We've got the original value, which is equal to 0. Then we've got the new value, which is equal to 1 now, because our original value is 0. So now what we need to do inside here is perform another query to update this value. So again, we say query. You can say query to or query update equals. So we're saying update count. Oh no, sorry, we're saying update hits count set count equal to, and this is just going to be our countinc value. So countinc. So we can also enclose this in single quotation marks. So update hits count, so update this table. That's not enough information. Now we need to say what we want to set. So we're setting count, which is equal to, let's just go down, this here, set this value to countinc, which is now equal to 1 because we've refreshed. So now we can run this query. So query update run equals MySQL query. Remember, we require this function to actually process our query. So just doing this isn't enough. So, and that is query update. And now we can use exactly the same structure here, and we can say if, and enclose this in brackets, if query update run equals, so if that runs, then we're going to echo out OK for now, but we don't actually need to do that. So, I mean, eventually we're not going to need this if statement, we just need the query update, and we can put an at sign in front of it. But for our purposes now, we're going to check if this query has been successfully executed. So let's go back to our table and back here, so we know that we're definitely on 0, so our count is on 0 at the moment. Now with everything I've explained, this should, when we refresh the page, call this function. We're calling the update count function down here, and it should update the value and increment it by 1. So let's refresh, and we've got an OK value back here. Let's go back to php My Admin and click browse, and you can now see that count is equal to 1. So let's refresh a couple more times. 2, 3, 4. So now our count should equal to 4. So we've successfully created our function to update the count value. However, what we need to do now is we need to check whether the our IP address already exists in the table, but we haven't actually input our IP address into the table yet, so we need to do that first. So let's change this back to 0. Okay, so let's not call this update count function for now. Now, what we've got now is a function that's going to work. Let's just get rid of this if statement. It's not required at all. We just are updating the query there, and if it doesn't work, we're silencing this anyway. So because it doesn't really matter anyway. Okay, so we've created our function which is update account. That works, and we can use that later on to update the count if this function returns true, so if the IP address does exist. So let's first of all, up here, every time our page is run, we want to store the user's okay, so update count is fine. We've got IP exists, and we also want a function. I didn't think this through properly, obviously. We need IP add, and this is going to add an IP address to our database. So again, we're taking in IP, and okay, yeah. So IP add. So we need to add an IP address to our table. Our table is. Blank that. Our table is hits IP, and our field is IP. So what we want to do is we want to first of all create a query, and this is going to be equal to insert in capitals, insert into, and our table name is hits IP, insert into IP values, and we only have one value, so that's it. Values is the IP that we specify in here, so that can just be IP like that. Now we come down and we say query run equals MySQL query. Okay, so let's just first of all get rid of that, and we need to call this function. So what we're doing is down here we're calling the function, we're saying IP add, and the IP that we want to specify is the user IP. So we call this function, the user IP, which we've grabbed from our server data, is transferred through to this function and is added to the database, because we're taking this argument here and putting it in here. Okay, so user IP is added to a database. Now let's check if this was working. Let's go back and refresh. Okay, let's go into browse, and you can see that our IP address has been added. Okay, so we also have a problem here in the fact that a duplicate entry might exist, so we might have two of the same IP address in here. However, we're going to do this later on in our if statements. We're only going to add an IP if it doesn't already exist in the database, and that's what we have. Let's just delete this function. That's what we have this function IP exists for. Now remember, we got the global user IP from here, so we're accessing this IP address from outside the function. Now we need to, well, I've added the IP into the IP address, so now we can check if it's there or not. So we're going to perform the check first of all while it is in there, then we're going to perform the check after I've manually deleted it. So IP exists. First thing we need to do is create a query, and the query is select IP from, you can put these in there, select IP from hits IP, where IP is equal to user IP. Now let's run this function and then I'll explain a bit about what we're doing, or what we're going to do. Okay, so this function is going to select an IP address, which we don't need to do. We could have selected star, but I've just specified it, from the hits table where we've already got one IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, where the IP equals my current IP address. Now what we can do is we run the query and we can return the amount of rows returned. Now if the rows returned is equal to 1, this means that the address already exists in the database. If we return a 0 rows, so no rows, then the IP address doesn't. And remember, we do this using the MySQL numRows function. So we say if MySQL numRows of query that we've run, so query run, equals 0, then we need to return true. Remember, we're taking a return value of true, so we can use this function later in an if statement. Else, if MySQL numRows query run equals 1, return, in fact I've got this the wrong way around, so if it does equal 0, return false. If it equals 1, return true. So if we get a value back, then we're returning true, so the IP address already exists. Now this is slightly flawed. What if the same IP address exists in the database? Now we could say is greater than or equal to 1, which would be better. We don't need to do this because our processing later on in the program is going to allow us to only add the IP address if it already exists or if it doesn't exist. So if MySQL numRows query run equals 0, return false, the IP address does not exist. Else, if MySQL numRows of query run are greater than or equal to 1, then we return true because the IP address does exist. Now there's a faster way to do this, because what we need to do is we're running the MySQL numRows function twice, so we're slowing down the speed of our program, very slightly, but significantly in terms of if you had lots of SQL, you'd be overloading a server. So I'm going to say query numRows equals, I'm just going to take this here and put it into a variable itself. So we're only running this once, and then what we can do is delete this as well and say query numRows query numRows. That's just a little tip for when you're using lots and lots of things like this. Don't include these in if statements or anywhere else or in any loops. Create them in a separate variable first. So now let's check if this works. So down here we can say if IP exists, and then we specify a user IP in here, do something, otherwise do something else. So if IP exists, remember we're supplying user ID, this will be equal to 127.0.0.1. If it exists, echo exists, otherwise echo doesn't exist. I've used my escaping character there because I've used a single quotation mark inside a single quotation mark. Let's refresh the page and see what happens. Exists. Now this is telling me that my current IP exists in the database, which it does. Now let's delete that from there manually. Come back to the page and refresh, and it says doesn't exist. So our program is working. This if statement here, we've used the use of a function, so we haven't had to program anything before it other than functions, and this is creating our code to look a lot tidier, a lot neater, and it's going to work a lot more efficiently when we're looking at it and producing the final code. So now we've got everything we need. All we need to do is we need to perform this if statement, and we need to just say if the IP doesn't exist, then increase the counter. So we can just use the exclamation mark before this function. If IP doesn't exist, we can just echo out this will now add count plus 1. So now what we can say is refresh. This will now add count plus 1 because our IP address is not in the table. So obviously we're not going to be echoing this out, it's just to represent what's going to happen. So our IP address doesn't exist. What do we need to do? We need to add the IP address and update the count. So all we simply do is update the count and add IP. Or is it IP add? Yeah. IP add user IP. And that's it. This line has incorporated our this piece of code rather, has incorporated our 3 functions, and it's put them, it's first of all made a check using a function, then it's updated the count using a function, and then it's added our IP address. So now let's check if this works. I'm going to add just a header down here, just to make everything look pretty. Well, not pretty, but just so we know that there's content on our page. So let's look at the database. Hits count currently is equal to 0, and hits IP currently doesn't have any rows in. You can see that I've got this like red little white arrow with a red circle around it. So now let's refresh the page. We've got my page up. Now, because my IP doesn't already exist in the database, we should have updated the count and added my IP in, ready for the next check when I come onto the page again. So hits IP, we can see that we've got my IP address being inserted into the database, and hits count will be updated by 1. Now let's refresh the page again. That's done. Let's return here. Hits count is still equal to 1, and my IP address is already in the database. So what we've done is we've used 3 different functions, so we've kept our code nice and tidy, and what we've then done is we've checked if an IP exists, we've created some code or some SQL to insert an IP, and we've also created some code to update the count value. Now, like I said before, this isn't the quickest and easiest way to do this, but the amount of time you've spent developing certain parts of it means that you know exactly how to do things the long way round. Therefore, when it comes to working the short way round, you'll be absolutely fine handling it. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is another video tutorial for the new Boston. Now, in this tutorial, we're going to be looking at the left join inside of SQL statements. Now, we've already looked at basically taking data from our database. However, what happens when we have, say, a table called people? We've got a column called ID, and we've got a column called name here, or a field called ID and a field called name, and each person is assigned an ID. So this is an auto-incrementing primary key field. We've got 1 representing Alex and 2 representing Dale. We've also got a table called pets. Now, inside pets we have 3 fields, and the first one's ID, which just corresponds to an auto-incrementing primary key, so each record is unique. We've also got people underscore ID. Now, people underscore ID corresponds to each person in the people database. So rather than having a name in here, we're using the unique identifier of each person. So 1 is Alex and 2 is Dale. So let's go over to pets and interpret this. What we're essentially saying in this table is that Alex has a pet cat and Alex has a pet fish, because we've got people ID 1 and 1. And we're also saying Dale has a dog. Okay, so we've got 1 representing Alex and 2 representing Dale, and we've got an entry called cat, fish and dog, where cat belongs to Alex, fish belongs to Alex, and dog belongs to Dale. Okay, so ignore this ID here for now in this column. All we need to focus on is people ID, pet, obviously, because this is what we're going to be echoing out, or retrieving rather. And also in the people table, we've got an ID of 1 for Alex and an ID of 2 for Dale. So hopefully this makes sense. If it doesn't, rewind the video and have another look. Now, what are we going to be doing? So it's fair enough we've got all this data, but what we want to do is we want to join results so we can echo out who has what pet. At the moment, they're stored in separate tables. Let me just talk to you about why they're stored in separate tables. When you're working in in PHP, you're going to most likely want to reference someone's name with their ID. So therefore, by storing it as an ID here, we can use an inner join statement, or sorry, a left join in this case, to identify values that exist in this table here, in this people table. We're going to say 1 and 2 is going to match this here, so we're going to echo out, essentially we're going to echo out in the end Alex twice with the cat and fish and dog. So Alex is going to be replaced by 1, and 2 is going to be replaced by Dale. So let's have a look at the SQL query and how we might do this. So we'll run through this and then we'll have a look at the results. Now it's slightly different, so when we're accessing different tables data, when we're doing our select query, so we're going to say select, but this time what we're going to do is we're going to do something dot something, and we do this because we can reference it from a particular table. So we might say select people dot name. Let's just open up this in a new tab so we can see what's going on. So we want to say people, so the table is called people, and dot name, so it's people dot name, so it's from the people table and the field name. And we also want to select from the pets table. Let's just open this up. We want to select pets dot pet. So essentially what we want to be displaying will be written here. So we want to display the people, from the people table we want to display the name, and from the pets table we want to display pet, which is the name of the pet. Now we want to say from people. So we want to inner join, we want to left join, so we want to join this pets table onto this where the left column exists, or the left data exists in the right. So we want to say where this ID here is equal to this people ID here. So we do this in a slightly odd way. So we say from people, we say left join, and the table we want to join, so pets, we want to join pets, so select from people, left join pets, and then we want to say on, and this is the condition that it's on. So the condition is that the ID here, ID 1 or 2, matches people ID. So we can come back and we can say on people dot ID is equal to pets dot people ID. So we're saying on the condition that people dot ID, which is here, is equal to pets people ID. So inside the pets table, people ID. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this just in case we lose. I'll copy this rather to the clipboard and we'll click go. Now you can see that what it's done is it's returned the name column or field if you like, and the pets. And what we've actually got here is Alex owns a cat, Alex owns a fish, and Dale owns a dog. So we've taken data from 2 different tables and joined it, but by only using one SQL statement. Now why would we want to do this? Well, we could, in PHP we could say loop through, and then within a loop we could do another query looking for this ID and then represent that data. The reason we don't do this is it slows everything down. By just using one query as opposed to 2 queries, you've already halved the processing time of them queries as a whole. So it's obviously a lot better to only use one query rather than using 2 different queries. And we don't just have left join, we have right join and inner join as well. So we can use these in different ways, and I'll be explaining that in other tutorials. But for now, this is the left join and how we're going to use it. So if you ever have data in another table that's represented by, say, an ID from another table, then you now know to use left join to basically join 2 tables. Hello, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a video tutorial for the New Boston. Now, in the last example, we've looked at left joining, where we return, let's give you an example in the SQL tab. we have said left join pets on where people.id equals pets.peopleid. So if we click go, we're given a list of people on this hand side and the pets that relate to them on this hand side. So we've got two different tables: people, where we've got the ID, which is unique to each person, and we've got pets, where we're ignoring the ID for now, but people ID is 1 for Alex and 2 for Dale. So we're just displaying this information. Now what happens if, for example, we have got dog, which is relative to 2, people ID 2, which is Dale, but we delete Dale from the database. So let's delete Dale from the database. Let's go ahead and run this query again and click go. Now you can see that it's not returned, it's only returned Alex and cat and fish, because Dale now doesn't exist. Now what happens if we want to display data on the right hand side, even if the corresponding value on the left hand side doesn't exist? Now for this we use the right join. We've used left join, but if we change this to right join, what we're now doing is, even if this people ID doesn't exist, we're still displaying it because we're right joining. So let's click go and see what result we achieve. Okay, so we've got pet, cat, fish and dog. Dog still exists in the database in this table pets, but the owner does not exist now in people. So why is this useful? Why can we use this right join? Well, in this case it doesn't really make too much sense, unless we were saying, you know, the dog is now, I don't know, homeless and it's been abandoned. The user no longer exists. So it could be a pet owner's website, for example. This user might unregister, unregister, so they might delete their account, and now dog is left homeless. So that's just an example, a silly example, but I'm sure you can understand where this is going. So if we want to represent the data on the left, even if it doesn't have a value on the right, we use the left join. If we want to represent the data on the right hand side, even if it doesn't have a value that corresponds to it, after the on keyword on the left hand side, we still show this. So we've shown this as null. So inside PHP we can make this comparison and say that dog doesn't actually have an owner. So that's basically the difference between the left and the right hand side joins. So we use left join if we want to display data on the left, even if it doesn't exist on the right, and vice versa. With the right join we display data on the right, even if it doesn't exist on the left. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. Now, in the last tutorial we looked at left join, and I used left join for this example where we were returning a name with a pet on the end. So we're saying down here where the result was from this query, we said Alex has a cat, Alex has a fish and Dale has a dog. Now what happens if we go into pets here, and we're going to delete the entry for Dale. So people ID 2 was Dale. Let's go ahead and delete that. And let's run this query again. Let's paste it in there, and we'll click go. Now you'll see that we've returned Dale and null next to pet. So this is useful, the left join is useful for returning the name of the person, because the table we used on the left was the name, even if there are no values in pet. So what we've essentially done here is said, even if there are no entries in the right table, which is pet, still return the name of the left hand side table, which is name. Now the reason this is useful is because in PHP, if we were to run this, we'd need to know if the user had no pets at all. This would save us using PHP num rows, because we would just say if the pet equals null, then obviously this user has no pets whatsoever. So we've used the left join for this. Now what happens if we were to use join on its own? So let's go into SQL tab, and let's go and paste this in here. Now instead of using left join, I'm going to just use join. Let's click go and see how this differs. Now you'll see that we've removed the result Dale. The reason that we've removed the result Dale is because we're using the join, which will only return values that equal or that are found based on this on here. So we're saying if people ID equals pets.peopleid, so we're returning using the join only values that exist in each table. So we're not saying does it only exist in the left table or does it only exist in the right table. We're saying does it exist in both tables. So now what we're doing is we're only returning the data where the left table matches the right table. So why could this be useful? Well, we might want to, inside of our PHP program eventually, when we're executing this query or running this SQL query, we might want to say we only want values where someone actually has a pet. Whereas before in the left join we looked at where Dale didn't have a pet, we want to just say with the join only return results where user has a pet or where name has a pet, the person has a pet. So in this case we've returned 2 rows where Alex has a cat and Alex has a fish. So now you can see the use of the join on its own as opposed to the left join where we're returning a value even if the user or the user doesn't have a value in the right hand table. So this on is really important because what we're doing is we're making the comparison at this point. So the comparison could be any operator, but for now it's people.id equals pets.peopleid. So we're matching from the left and the right, and if we don't match, we're not returning the values with the join. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a PHP video tutorial for the new Boston. Now in this tutorial we're going to be looking at the SQL like condition. So we've already established a connection to our database. We can just include this file in. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a database with a few names in a table. So we're going to create a table, We've already got our database called a database. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a table called names, and this is going to have 2 fields. We're going to create a standard ID field, as we've already looked at. So we're going to have an ID field and we're going to have a name field. Now the ID field is obviously going to be of type int because it's going to be an auto increment integer. So we need to select auto increment. This just ensures that every time we insert a record, this value is incremented. And we're going to create the index as primary because this is a unique field. So the name can be a varchar 40 depending on the name length. This is just for example purposes, so I'd probably recommend something smaller. However, we'll just do this for this tutorial. Let's go down and click save. Okay, so our table's been created. You can see it here and you can see the structure of our table here. Let's go ahead and insert some names. So I'm going to insert Alex Garrett, and down here I'm going to uncheck ignore, and I'm going to type, let's say, Alex Malcolm. Let's go down and click go. Okay, let's insert a couple more records. So let's say Dale Garrett, and we'll say Billy Garrett as well. So all we're doing really is we're inserting a few bits of dummy data so we can test this SQL like condition. Now let me just talk a bit about the like condition. The like condition can be used on its own as like, or it can be used not to like. So we can search either for where something is like something or where something is not like something. And we can also use a wildcard. So if, for example, we were to search in this table here that we've created for Alex, and we had a wildcard on the right hand side, this would return all values that started with or had the beginning text of Alex. So you'll see how it works a bit later on. For example, if we had Malcolm and the wildcard was on the left hand side, you'd see it would bring back anything with text on one side and Malcolm on this side. So we can use the wildcard on either side as well to return an exact value. Well, no, not an exact value, but for example, if we were to search for X space G, and the wildcard was on either side, we're searching within our string as a whole, so X and G would return this result. For example, if we were just searching for G, it would return this result, and this result, because there's no G in Alex Malcolm, but there is a G existing in all of these. So the most common one when we're searching fields would be to use a wildcard at either side. We can also use an underscore to search for a specific character. So for example, if we were to say it's like Alex and then underscore ARRETT, it would search for every record with ALEX space, then any character, then ARRETT. But I'll be demonstrating this within MySQL, or PHP My Admin, sorry. So let's go ahead and create an SQL statement for this, or a query rather. So I'm going to say select name from names where, and we need to pick a field, so this is going to be obviously name, where name like, and then inside our single quotation marks we can put our wildcard in, or our underscore, whatever we wish to do. So for now I'm just going to say wildcard Garrett, for example. Okay, so let's copy and paste this so we can use it again. I'm going to click go and see what we return. So we've got every record where the surname essentially was Garrett, because our wildcard was on the left, so any text here and the word Garrett on the right hand side. So let's go back and let's change this around. So let's put the wildcard now on this side. Now this isn't going to return any values because Garrett is at the end of every field value. So you can see that MySQL returned an empty result set. So now let's go ahead and search for Billy, for example. So Billy on the left hand side, and then a wildcard for the rest of the content. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Click on go, and you can see it returns Billy Garrett. So you can see how we can chop and change this wildcard around in order to produce specific results from specific places, and basically using the wildcard. So now let's take this example of this. Now let's search for G, and our wildcard is on either side. So G can be contained anywhere in our field name. So let's click go. You can see it's returned Alex Garrett, Dale Garrett and Billy Garrett, but it hasn't returned Alex Malcolm, because Alex Malcolm doesn't contain a G anywhere in it. So if you were to create, say, a search feature in PHP, which we'll be doing a bit later on in the tutorial, and you were to be searching for a name, you would probably use the wildcard on either side, because if the user was to search for Alex, for example, and they were to click go, you could see that they're produced with all results that the first name is Alex, or Alex is found anywhere in this string. Now if they were to search for, say, Alex Garrett on its own, then they'll automatically be returned with the value that equals Alex Garrett, because the wildcard is on either side, leaving the middle content as the result found. So now we can also do say where not like. So where not like G, as I explained before, the only result with a wildcard on either side of G that wasn't returned was Alex Malcolm. So this essentially reverses our condition. So if we click go, we're given the result Alex Malcolm. Okay, so that's using the not keyword with the like, or the not operator with the like condition. What we can also do is we can say like, and we can specify an underscore. So like I said before, we could say where like equals Alex, and then we could say G underscore ARRETT. Sorry, no, there. So wherever like is this, and then we fill in somewhere with a G. So let's click go and click go, copy and paste this in first on the clipboard, and you can see we've returned Alex Garrett. So we can see that we can either search using a wildcard on either side, or we can use the underscore to specify exactly the character or the amount of characters. So we can double up this, we can double or triple up this underscore. So we could say that as well. Let's click go. You can see that that's also returned Alex Garrett. So you can use an underscore to search for a specific character as well. So now let's put this into practice. We want to, inside PHP, create a small search engine, if you like, that's going to search these names. So what our user is going to do is they're going to be presented with a text area, or a text box rather, an input field where they can input a name, and then they can be returned the results based on what they've typed in. So let's go ahead and connect to our database first of all. We have this connect.inc.php which we've used in previous examples. So let's go ahead and require that into our code. Okay, so let's double check that everything's working by refreshing. We've connected to our database successfully. Now let's come down and before we actually start on the PHP code, we'll create the form. So form action equals a method equals something. So the method is post and the action we're going back to index.php. So it's basic form submission. If you don't already know how to do this, then there are tutorials on it from myself and other people. So we want name, and then we're giving the user an area to type in a name. So the text, the input type is text, and the name we're going to say search underscore name. Let's also give them a submit button that they can press when they're finished. So value equals, and we could say search in this case, I guess. Okay, so now what we need to do is pick this value up from PHP. So let's just double check that everything works. We've got our name, we've got a text area here where we can type a name to search. We can click search and that submits straight back to index.php. So let's go ahead and check if the form has been submitted first of all. Then we're going to check whether the search name field is empty or not. And then after that, we're going to actually process our query inside of our database. So let's go ahead and say if is set $_post, remember we're using post data down here, and we're going to say search name. So we're corresponding this to the name that we've given the element in our HTML document. So if this is true, we're going to run this block, and inside this block we're going to set a variable called search underscore name to the value of what's been posted, because otherwise if we specify this outside of our if statement before we've checked if the form's been submitted, we're going to have an undefined index error or an undefined variable error. So we've put this into a variable so we can use this later on in our code and we don't have to keep referencing back to this. Now let's check if this isn't empty. So if not empty, and we're specifying the search name in here, if it's not empty then do something else. So basically what's going to happen is let's just echo out an OK message there. Let's come back to our code, let's type in nothing, so we click nothing or click submit without anything in being, and then nothing happens. If we type a value and click search, we get an OK message back there. So now we need to start constructing our query. So I'm going to create a new variable called query, and this is going to equal our SQL query that we're going to execute or run inside of our database. So we're going to say select, and we're saying select name from, remember our table is called names. We've already connected to our database, a database here. Remember these values must correspond to your login credentials and also the database that you're using. Let's take a look here. So we've got the names as the database, so we're selecting the name from names, so select name from names, where name like, and now we can do what we've been doing inside our SQL tab in PHP My Admin, and we can look at the most sensible search option in this case would be to have a wildcard either side. So we can put search name in here. Now remember we need to think about security for this, so let's append this on. Let's get that outside of here. So what we've done is we've just closed our string data here and appended on the search name and then appended on the rest of our string data. Let's enclose this in MySQL real escape string to ensure that SQL injection can't take place in this instance. We're just protecting against it as much as we can for now. So now what we want to do is we want to run the query. So query run is equal to MySQL query and query. So now that we've run the query, we should have returned a value based on what the user has actually typed in. So say the user typed in Alex, we'd search for a wildcard either side of Alex, and it could return, well, it will return Alex Garrett and Alex Malcolm. So let's go ahead and check how many results we have got back. So what we can do is we can say if MySQL num rows, and we're going to feed this in the query. So this function is basically counting the amount of rows that we're returned by this query. So if they're greater than or equal to 1, then do something. So we want to say, display the results. Otherwise, this means that no results have been found, so we can just echo no results found. Up here for now, we're just going to write echo found, We're not going to display the data now, but we're just going to test that our query is actually working. So let's go ahead and type in a name that's not in this database. So we can type Craig in, for example. Click search, no results found. If we type Alex and click search, found. So we know that our query works now because we have data inside of our database that would correspond to Alex with the wildcard either side. Let's go ahead and type in Garrett, click search. Now let's go ahead and type in Garr and click search, that's found. Now let's go ahead and type in, for example, Josh, click search, and no results found. So we know that our query is working. Now what we can do is work to show this data. So we can use a while loop. This is going to loop through all the records that have been found and put them into an associative array. And by an associative array I mean an array with a field name as the key. So we're referencing each returned row by the key itself, so the data we want to receive from this. So I'm going to say query row equals MySQL fetch associative array. It stands for associative anyway, and we're putting the query that we've already run inside here. So this function here is grabbing the data as an associative array, and we're putting it inside query row. Therefore, inside our while statement, our while loop, we can echo out the specific data. So we can echo out query row. Remember, we're using an array, so we use square brackets here. Now this corresponds to the row, the field name that you want to show. So I just want to show the name. So I'm just going to type name into here. We're going to append a line break on the end just to keep things nice and neat and tidy. And what we can do is, if it is greater than 1, we can echo up here, say results found. And what we can also do is we can echo out the number of results found. So let's take this. I'll demonstrate the way the program is working at the moment, and then we can make that slight modification. So let's go and refresh the page. Okay, so I'm going to type in Alex and click search. You can see that results found Alex Garrett and Alex Malcolm. Now let's search for Garrett and click search. You can see that we've found everyone with the surname Garrett. Now let's just type in Dale, click search. We can see we've found one result. Let's type Garr, again everyone with that. Let's type in A, and you see we've received all results because every result has an A in it, or every record has an A in it. Now we can protect against this. You could, for example, say if the query string is smaller than a length of 4, which is what most applications do. They don't allow you to search for data that's under, say, 4 characters, because you'll return too many results. So let's just go ahead and do that. So if empty search name, so inside here we're going to say if strlen search name is greater than or smaller than, we can say is greater than or equal to 5, or 4 we'll say, greater than or equal to 4, then execute all this code. Let's find where the 1, 2 closing, so we'll put that there, and then we're going to indent all of this. So essentially what I've just done is I've added in another if statement saying if the string length of search name, so we're using the string length function, of search name is greater than or equal to 4, then we can run all this code. Then otherwise we echo your keyword must be 5 characters or more. So now if we try to say Alex, this is going to work because it is greater than or equal to. If we would say A now and click search, your keyword must be 5 characters or more. So we're now coming into more of a search engine based tutorial, I guess. There's a couple of more things we need to address, or one more thing that we need to address, and that is how many results that are found. So I'm going to go ahead and take out this here, and I'm going to put it into a new variable called query num rows. So now what I can do is I can substitute this in here, query num rows, and we can also echo out here query num rows dot space and results found. So this is going to say a number, and this is the same number as well, so we're using this variable. That's why I took it out and popped it into this variable here, and we're appending on a space and then results found. So let's go ahead and type in Alex, click search, 2 results found, it's displaying 2 results. Now let's go ahead and type in Garrett, and you can see that 3 results are found in this display. So this is the like condition in PHP. Like I said, you can use this with underscores to represent specific characters, so we're filling in the blanks for specific characters, and also we can use our wildcards on the left, right hand side, or on either side of our value that we're trying to match to. So we've created a little program that searched for names. You can use this to search for absolutely any data. You just need to take into account what I've said and represent the field names with the names that you want to search with. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. In this video we're going to be looking at the select distinct statement inside SQL. So we've already looked at selecting data from a database. For example, the table, that I have set up here. It's a basic table. We've got a column ID, which is just an auto increment and an integer, and it's our primary key. Now the data we're going to focus on is this first name and this surname field. We've got 2 columns here. We've got first name, we've got a variety of first names, and we've got a variety of surnames. Now what we have in here is first of all we have duplicate data. So we've got Dale Garrett and Dale Garrett here. We've got for the second record we've got Dale Garrett, and for the 4th record we've got Dale Garrett as well. We also have some duplicate surnames. So we've got Garrett, Garrett and Garrett and Garrett here, 2 Malcolms and 1 instance of Smith. So we have some duplicate data in our database. Now you'll probably find that when you're storing things inside your database, whether it be names like I have now for any reason, say you had a comment system, I don't know, it could be absolutely any table holding any amount of data. However, what you might want to do is you might only want to select say the first name and surname, but you might want to only show the records that exist in themselves. So for example, we might just want to say, well, the surnames that we have in this database consist of Garrett, Malcolm and Smith. You might just want to say, yeah, okay, so we have 3 different surnames in our surnames field, and that is Garrett, Malcolm and Smith. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we use the select distinct keyword. So obviously distinct, we're selecting distinct values from a specific column in our database, if you like. So let's go ahead first of all and select the surname from the database, and I'll show you how adding this distinct keyword changes everything. So let's say select surname from, so we're selecting the field name here, from names, and that's about it. That's all I want to do. I want to select surname from names. So we're just selecting all surnames from this names table here. Let's go ahead and click go. Okay, so you can see that we've just literally been returned with a list of the surnames that exist in our database for every record in here. But you can see that we're still getting 4 instances of Garrett, 2 instances of Malcolm, and then just the 1 instance of Smith. So what we want to do is we want to display this as Garrett, Malcolm and Smith, because the idea of the distinct is we're not duplicating our results, but we're showing the results. We're basically saying, well, there are 4 instances of Garrett, but there is an instance of Garrett, so let's just show Garrett. So that's what we're doing with our select distinct keyword. So let's go ahead and paste in what we just did before, and let's add the distinct after this. So the selecting distinct is a keyword in itself. So we're selecting distinct values, surname, from name. So this is the distinct value that we're selecting. I'm going to go ahead and show you in a minute what we're going to do if we're selecting the surname and the first name from names if we're using distinct. Let's go ahead and click go here. I'll just copy and paste this into my clipboard, or copy this into my clipboard so we can use it in a moment. Now you can see that what it's done is it's selected the surnames that actually exist, but it hasn't shown the duplicate records that exist for this surname in this example. So just by adding this select distinct statement, we have distinctly selected values from our database. So it all adds up to the fact that it's called select distinct. Okay, so now remember we had duplicate data for Dale Garrett, the record Dale Garrett here. We've got Dale Garrett and we've got Dale Garrett here. So what happens if we come into our SQL tab and we don't just select distinct surname, but we select distinct first name as well. So select distinct surname, first name from names. Let's click go and see what happens. Okay, so you can see that we've been we're displaying all of the data that exists into the database, but there's obviously one change in here. And you'll see that what we've actually done is we've gotten rid of the duplicate name inside of our database. So what we can do is we can select distinct values by specifying two fields, so that two fields are selected distinctly. So we've got the surname and first name are being selected distinctly. Now Alex and Garrett are different data, Dale and Garrett are different data. However, if we have Dale Garrett duplicate, that's not going to be displayed because we're selecting distinct from the first name and the surname joined. So that's the select distinct statement inside SQL. Now let's talk about the kind of uses you might have for it. Okay, so let's say you had a table which stored users' comments inside. Let's say you had a guest book application that stored the name of the user or the email address of the user who was posting the comment and the comment itself. Now what you might want to do is you might want to say, produce a list of all the email addresses that have ever written any comment. You might not want to produce a list of every single email address because you're not going to be able to see how many users have been posting. So if we had, say, a list of 100 email addresses, but 60 of them were unique, so we had 60 of the same email address in there, but half of them, or just over half of them, might have posted twice or 3 times if it was a lesser percentage. So you might want to select distinct to see how many actual people have made a post in somewhere, or I'm sure you can make up your own uses for it. There's lots of different uses you can get out of that, this select distinct. But next time you want to select distinct values from your database, just use the select distinct key statement, and you're going to be returning distinct values from fields that are specified. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a video tutorial for the new Boston. Now, in this series of tutorials, we're going to be creating a user login and registration system, or rather a user registration and login system. We're going to create the login process first, then create the register system, or the registration system. The reason you should do it this way is because you want to make sure your login is processed correctly before you start to register your users. It just works out generally a lot better this way. And obviously, just a few notes before we begin. I'm going to be creating the login and register system with just 2 fields, and that is the username and the password. In fact, no, we'll include the first name and the last name as well. The reason I'm not going to include things like email address, address, or whatever else you're planning to store for your users is because if we spend a lot of time creating extra fields in the tutorial, we're going to be wasting valuable learning time. Whereas once you've completed the tutorial and you understand how fields are created and how we can register users, then you can obviously go ahead and input your own unique form fields. So the first thing we need to do, we're not going to be writing any code in this tutorial. We're going to be coming over to Php My Admin, and we're going to be setting up our table in which we're going to store user data. And then what we're going to do is pop a few sort of piece of dummy data in there, if you like. So we're going to register a couple of users manually using Php My Admin. So the first thing I've done is I've already created my database in Php My Admin. You should know how to do this. So I've created my database, now I need to create a table. I'm going to call this table just simply users. Now we need to determine how many fields we need to store. So the first field I'm going to store is, let's just blank this so we can write some notes. The first field I'm going to store is the ID. This is obviously going to be the unique field. This is going to be the primary key, and it's going to be auto increment as well. We also need to store obviously the username, the password, let's just pop that over there, the first name, and we'll say surname. So these are the four fields, or 5 fields, that we need to include in our program. We can also include things like register date, registration date, but we're not going to do that for now. Like I said, the purpose of the tutorial is to show you how to include everything and put everything together. So let's go ahead and create these fields. Let's delete that first of all. Remember, it was 5 fields, so we type 5 in there and click go. Okay, so now to set up each field. So ID is obviously going to be an integer because it's going to be an auto incrementing value. So let's go ahead, that's int by default. We can go ahead and we're going to set the index to primary because this is our unique field in our table, and also AI, which stands for auto increment. So for every value that's created, for every row that's created, this will increment by 1, giving each user a unique number starting from 1. Okay, so the next one is username, then we have password, then we have first name, and also we have surname. So for the username and password, we're going to pick a varchar data type, the same with the first name and the last name, so we can do these while we're selecting the others. Okay, so the username and password, I'm going to give a limit of both 30 characters. The first name and the surname, I'm going to say 40. Now obviously you can change these limits yourself. You can change them to whatever you want. I'm just doing this for sort of ease of use and teaching, but I'd say that a username or password shouldn't be more than 30 characters, and a first name and surname shouldn't be more than 40 characters, just in case we have an extra long name. So we don't need to set any other properties for these. We can go ahead and click save down here, and we'll just examine our structure of our table just to make sure everything's correct. So we've got ID, it's underlined, so we know it's a primary key. We've got auto increment on this under the extra, and int is 11 characters, that's absolutely fine. This could be a small or medium int, but we'll keep it at this just in case we need to register lots and lots and lots of users. Username and password are both variable characters, and their length of 30, and first name and surname are also variable characters and their length of 40. Okay, so we've set up our table. Let's go ahead and put some data inside of here. Now there's one thing to bear in mind. We're going to be storing our password as an MD5 hash. That reminds me, actually, let's go back to our structure and let's change the password field here. So let's check that and then click the edit button. Let's change this to 32. Now the reason we're changing this to 32 is we're storing the password as an MD5 hash. Therefore an MD5 hash will always, or more or less always, most of the time, it will be the length of 32. So whatever sort of length our password is, our MD5 hash would typically be 32 characters. So we're storing a 32 character password in here because that will be the MD5 hash. And if you don't know what an MD5 hash is, or you don't know how to create one with PHP, take a look at my other tutorial on MD5 hashes, and that will sort of walk you through how we relate that to passwords. Okay, so let's go ahead and insert some data. Now there's a couple of things we need to do. With the password, we can't just enter a normal password in here. We need to input an MD5 hash. And you'll see later on when we register our users, we're going to convert the password that they've entered in a text field to an MD5 hash before we insert it into the database. But for now, I'm going to create a PHP script to quickly convert a password that I want to manually put into here. So my username is going to be Alex. We'll leave the password blank for now. I'm going to put my first and surname in, and the password is going to be equal to the value password. So my password is going to be password. In fact, we'll do pass 123. That's a lot better, so we don't get confused between field name and the actual password. So I'm going to echo out MD5, and in here I'm going to put pass 123, and this is going to return the MD5 hash. Okay, so I can just copy that and paste that into my database. So obviously you won't have to do this when you're registering your users. And I'm going to click go. Okay, so there. Let's click browse to make sure all the data's in there. Okay, so we've got ID of 1, that's automatically updated that for us, so that's an ID of 1. Username is Alex, password is this hash, which is equivalent to pass123, or the hash of pass123. First name Alex and surname Garrett. Okay, so now that we've registered, or manually registered a user, we are pretty much done setting up our database, setting up our table rather, and inserting this value. So in the next part, what we're going to be doing is logging this user on. Hi, this is Alex from PHP Academy, back with another video for the New Boston. Now, in the last part of the tutorial, we created our table, which is inside our database called a database. We created a table called users, then we inserted some manual data in, just so we can test our login process. So we're going to write a process to log this user in. We inserted this data here, the username with Alex, the password was this MD5 hash, which we'll deal with later, and we've got first name and surname. So we've got our hash for security reasons. When we're logging in, let's just get rid of this that we used earlier. When we're logging in, we need to convert the password that the user specifies and see if that matches the same hash, because as you know, MD5 is a one-way algorithm and the result will always be the same. Okay, so we need to think about how we're going to set up our files. Now, I'm going to have an index.php which is going to check if the user's logged in and display specific content if they are logged in or if they're not logged in. So we're going to have something similar to the following. We're going to say if logged in, display something, otherwise display something else. We could even use an if-else if statement, or if-else if, sorry, and we could say not logged in. And we're going to create this function which is going to check to see if session data exists, or if a session has been set, and if the session isn't empty. So we'll get rid of that for now, but that's just a general idea. We're going to sort of say, in here we're going to say something like welcome, and maybe specify the user's name here. And then for this we're going to say please log in, okay, and perhaps display our login form. So we'll leave index.php for now. We're going to create a new file which is going to connect to our database. So let's say connect.inc.php. We'll call that connect.inc.php. So the first thing we want to do is we want to specify the host name, the username and the password. So MySQL host. In my case that's equal to localhost, and in most cases that is. If you're running on a local server, if you're trying to connect to a remote database, you'll need to specify the host name, but for now it's localhost. For me, the MySQL user is called root. These are the default settings. And because I'm using default settings, my password is equal to nothing. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to specify what table we're going to connect to, and that is, or the database, sorry, MySQL database. The database is called a_database, and this is found, let's just pop into PHP My Admin here, so a_database. Okay, so now we can connect, so I'm going to say if MySQL connect, and then we can pop our variables in here. So the first variable is MySQL host, that's the first argument we pass through to this MySQL connect function, and then we say MySQL user, and then we say MySQL password. So if this function connects successfully, anything inside this block here will be executed. So we can then say let's say if MySQL connect, and then we can say we could say and MySQL select database, and the database we've obviously predefined in this variable MySQL DB. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this around, and I'm going to say if this is unsuccessful or this is unsuccessful, then we want to kill the page and we want to specify the MySQL error, and that's with brackets there. So this we're echoing out the contents of this function, or the value returned from this function, which is the error last received from MySQL. So if either of these don't connect, so if we don't connect to the database itself, the server itself, or we don't select the database correctly, then we kill with an error. Otherwise we just carry on with our code normally. So we're going to declare or require this file at the top of everywhere where we need to connect. And the reason we do this is if we had, say, 5-10 files here, instead of writing this code 5 or 10 times, we just include this file here. So let's go ahead and test this connect.inc.php by including it inside index.php. But I'm going to require it so we kill the page if this file cannot be found. So connect.inc.php. Let's come on to our browser and refresh the page. Okay, you can see that nothing's come up, so hopefully we haven't returned an error. But now let's force an error, so I'm going to put local host instead of local host. Let's refresh, and you can see that unknown MySQL server host localized, so we've retrieved an error. So, okay, let's change that back, and we'll change the database name to a database 1. Let's refresh. And you can see we've returned an error saying this is an unknown database. So we know that either way, if we don't connect to the server correctly or we don't select our database correctly, we always echo a MySQL error out. Now, upon completion of development, you may want to change this to a error message in here as a string. This just means that then it's a bit more user-friendly for your users rather than outputting the content or the return value of MySQL error function. So for now, connect.inc.php is complete. So now what we want to do is we want to create a page where the user can log in. So I'm going to create this as an include file. So what I can do is then in this if statement that I create inside index.php, I want to show that form, if you like, to the user. So let's go ahead and open up a new file. We'll start some PHP tags, and I'm going to call this login form.inc.php. So let's go ahead and start creating the form itself. Let's go down and start to create our form. So this form is called, oh, and just by the way, these includes depend on how your website works. So when we're using, let's say, form action equals something there, which depends on the form. When we say form action, I'm going to specify the page that this is currently included in. So eventually this action is going to equal index.php, but I'm actually going to be using one of the predefined server variables to determine which page this is included in. If that doesn't make sense now, it will do later. But for now, our method's going to be post. Okay, so our action, what's going to happen here? We need to specify a variable up here that's going to tell us what our page is logged in, what page we are currently on. In fact, I might create a new file we'll call this core.inc.php, and we'll include some just variables, some predefined variables in here. The first thing I'm going to write is current file, underscore file, and that's going to equal $_server, and remember this is acts as an associative array, and the value we're going to give this, or the key we're looking for here, is script file name. So let's just let's include that in index, or include that in yeah, we'll include that in index.php. So require core.inc.php, and now here we can just echo that just to test it's working. So that is current underscore underscore file. And let's go back and refresh our page. Okay, so current file is index.php. Let's go back to core.inc. I think what we could use is script file, perhaps? No. I think we can do script name. Oh, script name. Refresh there, see what we get. Okay, yeah, this is fine. So now what we've got is the location we want to submit a form to, because at the moment we're on index.php. However, if I was to say, just as an example, that we're not going to end up doing this, but in login form, if I was to require core.inc.php and then I was to echo the current file, let's see how this changes. So at the moment we're on index.php and that's showing us index.php, but because this is dynamic, it's going to update when we change the page. Okay, maybe not. Let's oh wait, sorry, yeah, we need to go to login form.inc.php, and then that gives us this value. So if the login form is included in index.php, then whatever we write in here is whatever we write for the form action is going to be displayed. So let me just give you an example of that first of all. Let's open up PHP tags, and I'm going to echo current file. Now you might be thinking, well, we haven't required the core.inc.php file in here, so how on earth can we use this variable? Well, the answer is we've required it in index.php, and we've also required, sorry, not connect, we've required core here, but what we're going to do is we're going to include login form.inc.php. We're going to include login form.inc.php, so then it will read it still from here. So think of this as a long page with these included. Now, getting your head around this structuring system may be difficult, but it just means that everything's kept neat and tidy and you can reuse things, etc, etc. So let's refresh and see what happens. Let's go back to index.php. Okay, so what we've got up at the moment, if we view the page source, you can see form action equals, and we're going back to index.php, even though this code exists. So even though we're inside login form.inc.php and we're echoing the current file, because this is included within index.php, what we're doing is we're still taking this file name, so we're submitting the data back to index.php, which is still going to be processed in login form.inc.php. So it's quite hard to understand, but eventually as we go along you'll get it if you haven't already. So we've done that. Now what we need to do is specify our username and password login fields. So let's say username, and we create a form field here, basic HTML, so type it to text, and the name of this is going to be username, and then we want the password, which is another input type. This time it's password, and the name is password. So the type of this is password, just so it's sort of starred out by our browser. And then let's create a submit button. So type it submit, and the value of this, I'm going to say login. So let's go back and refresh our index page. Okay, so you can see that we've got this login form now. Okay, so the next thing to do is process what's going to happen when this login form is clicked. So we can view an example of what's going to happen on the index.php page, even though we're processing it inside login form because we've included it. So let's first of all check if the username and password have been set, meaning the form has been submitted. So you may have seen this example a few times before. So we're saying if is set, and we're wrapping that in brackets, and we're specifying this post data here that's coming through, and we're saying and is set $_post, and the password as well needs to be set, and then inside the block we're checking if it's empty or not. So we're first of all saying is it set, and if it is we're executing this block or running this block, and now we're saying if not empty $_, in fact no, we can redefine the variables here, or reinitiate them into another variable. So username equals $_post username, and password equals $_post password. Okay, so now we can say if not empty username and not empty password, do something, otherwise do something else. So the something else will be you must supply a username and password, and the if it is entered is, we'll just put for now. Okay, so let's see how this works. So we'll click index.php, refresh that page, click login, and it says you must supply username and password. Now what we can do is type something in, click login, and it says OK. So we're on index.php, but we're processing what's going on inside loginform.inc. So we're keeping the index file as clean as possible. And eventually we're going to put this into an if statement, into a block, which means if the user is logged in, we don't want to show this login form. Otherwise we want to show the login form. So we need to continue in login form to actually log the user in. So how are we going to do this? First of all, you need a query, and this is going to be equal to select, and we need to select the username and password from, and let's go reference back to our table to see, from users. So we're selecting from users, where, and then we're going to say username is equal to username, and password is equal to password. So we've constructed here a query where we're selecting the username and password. In fact, we don't even need to do that. Let's just select the ID. So we're selecting the ID from our users table, where the username is equal to Alex in this case, and the password is equal to password in this case. Now we've got one problem already. Password is plain text, and the password stored in the database is MD5 data. So what we need to do here is we need to say MD5 wrapping around password, which will then automatically convert this to an MD5 value. In fact, no, that's not going to work. I'll tell you why. If the user entered nothing, we're still generating an MD5 hash, so we can get away with not entering a password. So instead of doing that, let's create a new variable, which is probably better, called password hash, and that's going to equal to MD5 of password. So we've created a new variable. Now we can pop this into our query like that. So let's first of all execute this query. So query run equals MySQL query, and let's pop this into an if statement just to check that it works. So if that, then run this block, otherwise something. Now we've actually now predetermined, so if this query is fine and it works, then we can, in fact no, we don't need this else here. If this query works, then we can do something with it. And what we need to do with it is we need to check how many rows have been returned. Now, if 0 rows have been returned, we have, if 0 rows have been returned, a username and a password don't match. So a username and a password combination haven't matched, which means they may have entered the correct username, they may have not entered the correct password, or vice versa, they may have entered the correct password but not the right username. So we need to create a check in here. First of all, we'll say query and that's, or num rows would be better, and that's equal to MySQL num rows of our query that we've run. And now we need to perform a check to say if query num rows is equal to 0, no such user exists, otherwise do something else. So here we're going to say echo invalid username password combination. Okay, so we've executed our query. As long as the query is structured properly and it makes sense, we're going to continue with this code here. Then we're creating a value of the number of rows returned. Then we're checking if that equals to 0. If it does equal to 0, it means that the username and password combination don't match, so we echo out a warning to the user and we don't log them in. Otherwise, we need to say, okay, for now, the user's logged in successfully. So let's use this as an example. So let's go back to our users table. We've got Alex in the password, which I think is pass123, but the MD5 hash. Remember, we convert the MD5 hash automatically when we process the login. And then we have various bits of information which aren't important just now. So let's try a user login that's incorrect. So I'm going to type Billy and pass123. Now bear in mind that pass123 exists in the database, but it doesn't exist next to Billy. So let's click login. We've got invalid username password combination. So our SQL query was structured correctly, but it returned no rows. Now otherwise we want to say if query num rows equals 1, then we can echo OK, because we're never going to echo 2 rows because the username is not going to exist twice. We're not going to have users on our website with the same username. So now let's try this with Alex and pass123 and click login, and it says OK. So now let's return some of the data that we've been processing so we can make sure that we know, well, we already know it matches. But let's echo out username, and we'll echo out, we'll just echo out the password hash so you can see how this is working. So once we've logged in correctly, username and pass123, you'll see that this is the hash, the password hash of what we've entered, which starts with 322 and ends with A24, so 322 A24. So we know that it's converted the hash properly, we know that anyway. So now that the user's logged in OK and we've displayed this OK message, we don't actually want to do this. This was just for our purpose. What we now want to do is we want to set a session with the user's ID. So we've selected the ID from the database, but now we need to get this data. So I'm going to say user_ID, and this is going to equal to MySQL result. Remember this function from when we learned specifics on using databases. MySQL result, we're taking the result from the query that we run earlier. We're going for row 0, and we're looking in the ID column. Let's just echo out user ID so we know this works properly. Let's test now with adding another user so we can see if this ID is returned correctly for each user we log in. So let's insert some data. So we'll say Billy. Password we'll just use as the same thing, so pass123, first name Billy, last name Garrett. Let's click go and insert that data. Now you can see that everything's worked. We've got ID of 1 for Alex and 2 for Billy. So let's try logging each user in, and we should return this user ID. So Alex, pass123, click login, and it's returned a value of 1. Now let's try Billy, pass123, click login, and it's returned a value of 2. So now we're logging the user in, and we're also returning the user ID. Now why do we need this user ID? The reason we need it is because we need to store it in a session, in some session data, so we can then tell that the user has logged in. And we can also use this ID to get any information we need from this table. For example, we can select the first name or the surname, or both, from, say, if we've stored 1 inside a session. That would mean that Alex is logged in, then we can get any data we need. So these are the fundamentals of a user login system, storing something that allows us to access data about our user, which can change. So one day I could log in as Alex, and one day I could log in as Billy, or another user could log in as Billy. Okay, so let's put this into a session. Now before we do that, we need to define something in our core.inc.php. Remember, this is included at the very top of our index page. Core.inc.php, we need to say session_start. Remember, we need to do that for all sessions to be able to use them on pages. So as long as we include this core.inc.php on every file, which we will be doing at the very top, then we're going to be able to log users in. We also want ob start before that, because what we're going to be doing is using headers, the header function, to redirect our user back to the index page when they've logged in correctly. So we need ob start, session start, and now in here what we can do is we can say $_session user_id equals user_id. So we've grabbed the user ID from the user that has correctly entered their username and password. Now we're storing it inside a session called session or called user ID. Okay. Now what we want to do is say header, location, and we want to go back to the index.php page. We're already on that, but this will just refresh it. It will perform the checks to say, is this user logged in, and it will give us some data out. So okay, so we're pretty much done there. Let's just go back to our index.php page, and we will create an if statement. Now, let's assume else, and then down here. Let's assume we'll ignore this for now. Let's assume that a session called user ID has been set and it isn't empty. Now this means that the user has logged in, because it means that we've gone through the process of setting this to the user ID of the correct user that's logged in, or the user that's correctly entered their details. So all we need to do is say if is set $_session user_ID and not empty $_session user ID. So for any reason that a session called user ID has been set and it's not empty, then we still run this code. Well, we say, is it not empty, because we need it to contain a value. In that case, we can say echo you're logged in. So just escape that single quotation mark. Otherwise, we want to present the user with the login form. So let's just go through before I test this whole login process, because we've pretty much logged a user in now. So let me just test this. I'll go through this in my head, or not in my head, but with you guys. So we'll start from this bit here. We grab the user ID from the result of where we've already echoed this out, so you know what it does. We've got 1 for Alex and 2 for Billy. We set the session here, so this session will now equal 1 if I log in as Alex. Then we relocate to index.php. So we're already on index.php because we've included this. We can even refresh now just to show you that we're still logged in. So we're still not logged in. Now as soon as I type in Alex here, and I type in pass123 here, and I click login, we're going to process everything that we've already talked about. Then we're going to locate back to index.php, so we're going to refresh the page essentially. Then this check is going to happen again, but this time we have set session with the user ID key, and it's not empty, so we're going to say you're logged in. So let's test that. Clicking login, and now it says you're logged in. No matter how many times we refresh this page, the session is still set, therefore we're still logged in. So now you've essentially learned how to log a user in. And that's basically it for logging your user in. What you can now do is on any other page that you work with, say you had a page called, I don't know, tutorials.php, and you needed the user to be logged in, you could use this line. What you could do to make things easier and quicker is get rid of this inside here and create a function that allows you to quickly check if the user's logged in. So let's go back to core.inc.php, and we're going to create a function called logged in. And what we're going to do inside this function is we're going to say if, we're going to do exactly the same as what we've done, what we've just removed from index.php here, but we're going to put it in a function, so all we need to do is call this. So if is set, everything's set and it's not empty, return true. And otherwise up here we can say return, oh no, maybe not another way to do it, and we could say here else return false. So if we are logged in, we're going to return true, otherwise we're going to return false. So if you know about functions and if you've correctly learned about functions, you'll know I can just put if logged in, then it will say we're logged in, because this will return true, so this block will run. If we return false, we're going to include the login form. So let's go back to the page and see if that works. Yep, it still tells us that we are logged in. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a PHP video tutorial for the New Boston. Now in this user login and registration system, we've already determined how to log a user in. So what we've done is we've created the index.php page with our if statement, and we've used our login function, which is located in core. We've also created our login form, and we've been able to process this inside this, and that's used as an include. So we're keeping our index.php page as clean as possible. Now let's go over to our browser and see that we're logged in at the moment, and there's no way we can actually get out of this at the moment. What we need to do is create a page that's going to kill all our session variables that we've used. You can kill specific ones, but probably better just use session destroy, which we have already covered in previous tutorials, so if you're not comfortable with this, then go back and have a look at that. So I'm going to create a new page, and this is going to be called logout.php. Okay, so we're going to include a link in our login form, in fact no, in index.php. We're going to say you're logged in, and then we're going to give the user the option to log out. So we're going to create a link, and it's going to say logout, and this is to logout.php. So let's just go to our browser and refresh. You can see we've got our logout button link come up. If we click that, we go to logout.php. Now we need to create some code inside logout.php to actually log our user out. And the first thing I'm going to do is think about if the user logs out on a specific page. Remember, we're including these, so we could actually, for example, we could show our login form in a header file in our page. We could have a template system with a header, which never changes. So we could be on one or many pages. We could be on one of many pages when we click log out. So in core, I want a variable called referrer, HTTP referrer, and this is using again predefined server environmental variables, and it's just HTTP underscore referrer. And what this is going to do is this is going to tell us the page that we've come from. So let's try this first of all in logout. So therefore we need to require core.inc.php. Now there's a reason we need to require this anyway. Remember, in core.inc.php we've got session start. To log out, to kill a session or destroy a session, we need to start the session use beforehand. So require core.inc.php, and we're going to echo out this HTTP referrer variable to see if it works. So HTTP referrer. Okay, so we're coming from index.php when we click this button. So hopefully when we land on logout.php, it's going to tell us where we came from. So if we click log out, we've now got the full URL of where we came from, which is localhost/series/users/index.php. So after we've processed the logout, we can refer ourselves back to this page using that, and a combination of that and the header function. So let's go ahead and program in everything in logout.php. The first thing we need to do, or we've already done, is include this file, require this file, and we've started our session in here. So now all we need to do is say session_destroy. So this is going to kill all sessions that we've already created. We've only got one session, and that goes by the name of user ID, and we've set this here. So we'll just use the session destroy. Let's go to logout.php. Use session destroy. That will just make sure everything we've already set in the session is destroyed. So now what we need to do is we need to refer the user back to the page that they came from. So we're going to be using the header function here. And just to point out at this point, we're already processing data. We're giving output before this point, so that's why we've used OB start. There's a tutorial on that as well if you haven't already understood why we've put that in. So we need header, and we're going to say location : space, and then we're going to append on the HTTP referrer that we echoed out earlier to demonstrate. So HTTP referrer, and we're good to go now. So if we come into our index.php page, remember our index.php page, if we're not logged in, so presumably when we click the logout.php, sessions are going to be destroyed. We're going to be referred back to this page. We're not going to be logged in, so now we're going to include the login form and display the login form to the user. So let's have a look at that. Let's click logout and see what happens. Okay, so we've been referred back to index.php very quickly. See how quickly it processes, ready for us to log in again if we want to. So let me just try it again. Click login. You're logged in, so we can click logout again, and it refers us back here. So now we've successfully created our logout button. We can log ourselves out while we're testing this, and we can eventually log a user out if they were to use this system. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a video tutorial for the new Boston. Now, we've already established how to log a user in depending on database values such as Alex or Billy both here. Now, when we do log in, let's go ahead and log me in. You'll see that we have you're logged in, log out, that's absolutely fine. Now, the one thing that we're missing to, round off our website once the user's logged in is we're not displaying specific information about the user that is logged in. You already know that the user's ID, which is unique to each user, is stored in a session here. So at the moment, this value here, this session, will be equal to 1 because I've logged in as Alex, so the ID has been set to 1. Now, inside core.inc.php, which remember we set up to be included in every file, we want to create a function to be able to grab any field from our database here, depending on the ID. So this is going to shorten the amount of code we do inside our actual files ourselves. So inside this core.inc.php, we're going to create a function which we can use however many times we want, and also it will save a lot of resources as well, so it won't slow down your server as much and won't perform as many queries. So where do we start? We need to outline the skeleton of our function. So I'm going to call this getField. Okay, so what arguments is this function going to take? So getField, the first important bit of information we need is the ID, the user's ID. The second we need is the field name, so I'm just going to call this field. Okay, so we need the user ID, the supplied user ID, and we need the field. In fact, looking at this, we don't actually need the user ID because it's already stored, isn't it? Okay, so we don't need the user ID, we just need the field name. This is going to grab the corresponding data from the field specified from this user's table. So the first thing we need to do is create a variable up here which is going to hold the value. In fact, no, we don't need to do that. I'm just making it long with myself. So I'm going to write global $_session user ID. Now the reason I've done this is I have a tutorial on why you need to do this. In fact, no, I don't think we even need to do that, do we? Okay, so let's echo this out and we'll see if this works. So echo out basically the user's ID. So we'll come to index.php. You're logged in. So let's create a line break there, and down here we'll let's run the function getField. Okay, so let's go back to our page and we'll see what we come up with. Okay, yeah. So we echo 1. Now, this getField, we're aiming by the end of this tutorial to display the user's name. Okay, from after this logged in. So we're going to say you're logged in, Alex Garrett. But obviously, not everyone is called Alex Garrett, so we need to use this getField function to make this work well. So the first thing we need to do is we need to perform a query. So query equals select. Now we need to specify the field. So that's field, and that's encased in apostrophes, from users where, and this is the important part, ID equals, so let's just by all these, where ID is equal to $_session, and that is user ID. Let's just concatenate this on so it looks a bit tidier. Okay, so select the field that we specify in here from users where the ID is equal to something. Okay, so this is get user field, we can call this, because it's only selecting from the table users. So get user field, and we specify a field in here. Then what we need to do is we need to execute the query. So query run is equal to MySQL query, and we need to encase this in an if statement to ensure that we only execute this block here if this query is successful. So we're basically saying in plain English, if this query is successful, then what we need to do is we need to grab this data. So we're going to return, and what we're going to return is MySQL result, and the result is from the query run, the row 0, because remember we're only returning one row, because there's only ever going to be one ID. And the field we can pop again in here, so field. Let's just get rid of them single quotation marks, so field. So what we've done is we've selected just the field that we want from the users table where the ID is equal to the user ID that's logged in. Then we're running the query and checking if that works, and if that does work, we're returning the result, and the result takes in the query that we've run. We're getting the first row. Remember, it starts at 0. Even though our ID starts at 1, that's just a superficial value. It doesn't mean anything. It's just the data that's stored. But in actual fact, we're returning row 0, and we're grabbing the field name field that we specified. Okay. So let's. In fact, we can improve this still, but I'll do that in a minute. I'll show you that it works first. We could even enclose this in an if statement and return. If it's not worked, we can return the value not found. So let's do that. I guess we can do that now. So if this returns a value, we execute something in here. Now we need to assign a variable to this. So I can say query result is equal to that. If it does work, return query result. So we're constructing our query. We're running the query. If the query is running, or has run successfully without error, we are executing this block in here. We're then in an if statement, setting a variable called query result to this. If this query, or if this function rather, works, we then return the value we've just set here, using these that I've already explained. So let's give it a go. Let's say, we'll just do it down here for now. So I'm going to echo get user field, and I want to get first name. So we're applying now the field name that we want to get. Remember, the field name first name will be equal to Alex in this case, because we're selecting from where the ID is 1. Okay, so let's test to see if this works, and then we can apply it to this you've logged in sentence. Let's go back to our page and refresh. Hopefully that works. Yeah, that's worked. So we've got Alex being returned. So now let's enter a field name that doesn't exist. I don't exist. And let's refresh. Now we've not returned anything. That's because this has returned as false. If we just had this on our own, we'd have a nasty SQL error in the middle of something. So if we can't find a field, we just don't display it, rather than causing a big error inside our program. So let's go back to where we are, to index.php. What we can now do is, if logged in, we can say first name is equal to get user field first name, first name. Then we can say surname is equal to get user field surname, and then we can incorporate these inside of this sentence. So you're logged in, first name, surname. Oh, remember we're using single quotation marks, and we need to escape that for first name, and then we do a space, and we can escape that again and say surname. So you're logged in, escape this string, concatenate on the first name, and then we do another space, concatenate on the surname, and then we continue the string. So now we can see that on index.php it's taking the information relevant to us. So let's just put a full stop after that. Refresh, so it looks a bit better. Okay, so you're logged in, Alex Garrett. Now let's try it when we log out and log in as Billy. Okay, so you can see that it's now taking the data relevant to the user that's currently logged in, and it's displaying it back to us. So now we can supply any field we want, any field name we want inside here, and it will display it back to the user. So when you eventually use these examples for yourself, when you're learning, and you want to create the registration form, which we're going to do in the next stage, you can add as many fields as you want to your database, and then you can just use this function that we've created inside here, which will be available on any page that you want it to be, by just requiring it up here. You can just use this function to select any field. So if we now even go and add a field to this, say we added, say, telephone number, we can then just re-specify that inside using this function. So that's basically how we are grabbing data about the user and displaying it onto our page. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and I'm back with another tutorial for the New Boston. In this video we're going to be looking briefly but importantly at SQL injection within this application. There will be another video on SQL injection that you can go and look at, but in this example we're logging a user in, but we're not protecting our query. Now our query looks like this, and I've briefly spoken about the security for this query. Now what's happening is that we're allowing data to be freely posted into this form, and then what we're doing is we are putting it into a query which will actually allow anyone to perform an SQL injection. I'm not going to go into this too much. However, what could happen is a user could say specify this value, for username. They could do a single quotation mark, and then they could say or, and then they could do two single quotation marks, and then they could do an equals and a single quotation mark. Now what I'm highlighting in blue here is possible to be entered into the username or password field. So if the user was to enter this, the query would read true to some extent. I mean, we've encrypted our password, so you know we can look at this either way, but this means that an SQL query can be performed. And like I said, if you are not familiar with SQL injection, sorry, not query, the query has been performed, but SQL injection can be performed. If you're not familiar with this, then either read up about it or watch my other tutorial. So what can we do to somewhat prevent SQL injection? Well, what we first of all need to do is think about a function that will protect against, and this function is called MySQL real escape string. Now what this does is it will add slashes and escape characters rather, hence the name escape string, that look like characters that might be used in an SQL injection attack. So first of all, I'm going to end our query here and just concatenate on, and then concatenate on the rest of the query. So I've just basically ended the string, concatenated on username, and concatenated on a start of the string. So this will work, and so will our password hash. Let's just end that and start that there. So you should be familiar with concatenation. Now what I want to do is encase username and password hash with this function. So I'm going to say MySQL underscore real underscore escape underscore string, and I'm going to do the same with password. Even though we're using the password as a password hash, I'm still going to do it. So MySQL real escape string. Now bear in mind that this function can only be used when we've opened a valid MySQL connection. So you couldn't use it in everyday applications, for example just normal form validation where you're not connecting to a database and not performing a query. You need to connect to a database beforehand. So this function has been particularly designed for queries themselves. So now we've somewhat protected against our query, let's go back and test if our login still works. So I'm going to log in as Alex, and my password is pass123. Let's click login, and you can see that you're logged in. So we can log ourselves out, and via Billy account we can do the same thing. So pass123, log in, and you're logged in. Okay, so that's a brief note on how we're going to protect against our SQL injection in our query, but like I said, do research into this because there are other ways to secure a lot better. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org with another video for the New Boston. In this part of the user login registration tutorial, we're going to be looking at registering a user, because obviously what we've done is we've created our database here, and we've created our table, and we've given it this data. So we've got Alex and Billy, we've got 2 records inside. Now we will obviously want to let the user register for themselves, and this is going to be a simple process. We're not going to be talking about including emailing the user to tell them that they're registered. We're just going to be inserting the data through a form. So let's create a new file, and let's save this as register.php. Now the first thing that we want to do is obviously require in the files that we need. So we've got core.inc.php, which is important because what we're first of all doing is we are, oh no, sorry, core, don't think we need to include that. Yeah, we do, because we've got the logged in here. Yeah, okay. So we've also got, no, that's fine, yeah. So what we need to do is in register.php include this. We need to say if not logged in, we need to register the user. Otherwise, if the user is logged in, so else logged in, you're already registered and logged in. So we're essentially just creating a check. Let's just put an escape character there to get rid of that, to make sure this is processed, this single quotation mark. We need to first of all check if the user's not logged in before we register them. So otherwise we can say register. Okay, so let's go to our browser and test this. We're already logged in as Billy, so let's go to register.php and see what it says. Right, so if not, oh sorry, I've got the parentheses on that there, so let's refresh. Oh no, okay. Oh, I see, we've got else if there. Okay, so a couple of mistakes there on my part. Okay, so let's refresh. You're already registered and logged in. So now what happens if we go back to index.php and we click on the log out button? We've now logged out, so we're presented back with our login form. Let's go again to register.php and we're given the option to register. So let's escape out of PHP first of all to create our form. We don't want to be echoing our whole registration form because that could get too much data that we need to echo out, and it's going to start to look messy and it's going to slow our page down, particularly if we've got a lot of HTML to output. So I'm just going to end PHP there and start up a tag again there. So our if statement block here to here is still going to work even though we're escaping out and then back into PHP. So let's just demonstrate that by writing register form just as an example. Let's refresh and you can see that even though we've escaped out of PHP, we can still process HTML here. So it's almost as if you were writing echo. So let's begin to build our form up. So we are creating the outline of our form, then we'll fill in all the properties. So the action, we're going to be going back to register.php, so register.php, and the method is going to be post, because remember we're going to be sending quite a lot of data. We don't want it to come up in the URL bar as get posted information. So let's complete our form, the necessary fields we need to include. So the first one will be username. We can break down now, say input type equals text. In fact, we'll keep this on one line just to keep things simple. And name equals username. Okay, break down a couple of times. Obviously you can use better HTML, make it look a lot better, maybe use some CSS to format the style of everything, but for now I'm just keeping it very simple so we can focus on the PHP side of things. So password, we want to input type equals password, name equals password, and we want to break down once again. Now what we need to do is we're going to duplicate this and we're going to say password, let's just put our colon in there, password again. Okay, so we want to ask the user to enter a password again. So I'm going to name this field password underscore again. Now what we want to do is we want to ask for their first name and input type equals text, name equals first name. We want to break down a couple more and we want to ask for their surname. Colon there. So you can build the form how you like. You don't need to do it like me and make it look, messy or anything like that. Obviously the last element we need of this form is the input or the submit button rather, so submit, and we're going to say name, or no, not name, value equals register. Okay, so we've got a registration button there. So let's go and preview our page. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so we've got this basic form. separated down, doesn't look very nice, but we're going to make it do its job. So we are going to require all fields. We've got username, we've got password, password again, first name and surname. Now these are a few things that we need to do in this process. We need to check if the username already exists in the database. That's important because we don't want to register a user with the same username. We need to check the password here against the password that's retyped to make sure it matches, because obviously we can't see the password that we're typing in. So if the user was to accidentally type, say, an extra character on the end, they might not be able to immediately see that, so they might not remember their password or know what their password is. And we've got first name and surname. We click register, this data is transferred and it goes into the database. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So the first thing to do is up here, I'm just trying to think if we should do it within this. Yeah, we'll do it within this. So if not logged in. So the first thing to do is to check if each form field exists in our form, so if everything's been correctly submitted, and we use the isSet function for this. So if isSet, we can pull this down and it's going to look a bit better readability. So if isSet $_post username and isSet $_post password and isSet $_post password again, and we go down the list and we just basically input and copy the code for everything. So we've got first name, and then we've got surname. So let's go and bring this up there and bring this up there. So we're using this to check if each field has been submitted. So we've got username, password, password again, username, password. That's fine. So now we open up to our block. And now what we need to do is check. In fact, we'll put this all on one line just so it's out of the way. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to check if they're empty or not. So let's come down again so it looks a bit neater. So if not empty, in fact what we'll do before this is we will create the variables in themselves. Because we've already checked, we're not going to receive an undefined index error. So now we can set them into their own variables because we know they exist. So username equals $_post username, password equals $_post password. Then we obviously have password again, and that equals $_post, and the field name is password again. Then we have first name, and that's equal to $_post first name, and the same with surname. So we're finally at the last one. You can probably see now why I didn't include irrelevant data that wouldn't fit the suitability of the tutorial. We're not going to go down and create loads of fields, otherwise we'd be here for hours typing out things, when I'm sure after this you'll be able to work out how to add your own fields. So we've got the fields that we need. Password again is something we're not going to be inserting into the database. That's just going to be for our checks inside here. The first thing we want to do is check if all fields have been filled in, because all fields are required. So let's say if not empty username and not empty password and not empty password again and not empty first name, and last but not least not empty surname. Okay, so now we can create a block to see if these are not empty, to run if these are not empty, but otherwise we need to give a message to our user. We need to say please fill, or say all fields are required. Okay, so this is our error. Inside here we can echo OK for now, just to see if everything exists. If this OK does not echo, and nor does this, this will, we know that we might have an error, and we have inputted all data. We know that we might have an error with our naming or something like that, so always check that if you receive an error. So let's go ahead and click the button, register button, without typing any data in. We get the message all fields are required. Let's just enter 1. All fields are required, so let's fill them all out now. 1, 2, 3. First name Alex, surname Garrett, and let's click register. And we've got the message up the top, OK. Now you'll probably notice that let's say we were to enter our username, our password, and our first name, but we were to exclude our surname and we click register, we have this error up here, but you've noticed that all the fields have now disappeared because we've resubmitted back to the page. We are not keeping these values. So what we do is we take these values here and we input them into our field, and we do this using the value here. So if I was to say value of username equals Alex, you can see that when we refresh, this says Alex. So what we can do is the data that's already submitted we can include within this form. So if we open up PHP tags, we're writing inline code now. We can echo out the username. So what will happen is the page will be submitted. This variable here will be set to Alex, for example. It might be set to Billy, it might be set to anything. But then we'll come down, and even if we get this error, we're still going to be putting this value in here. So let's do that to all fields. Not the password fields, because we don't want them to remain. So for the first name, we want to open up PHP tags, echo first name. And for the surname, value equals PHP tags echo surname. Done. So now we can return to our page. I'm going to enter Alex. I'm going to put my password in, and I'm going to type in my first name. Now if we click register, you can see that our username and our first name stay. Our surname's obviously blank because we didn't enter it in the first place, but our passwords have gone. This is just for security reasons. You don't want to keep the password in there. Most websites don't, so I don't recommend you do. Now if we click register, we haven't entered the password, so all fields are required again. We've clicked register, our information is staying, we enter our information, click register, and it's OK. So we've completed our form validation essentially, and if our form isn't filled, we keep in the values anyway in case, so users don't have to re-enter every bit of data. Now what we want to do is we want to compare the two passwords. So down here, after we've validated the form, we need to say, or partly validated, we need to say if password doesn't equal password again, do something, otherwise complete the rest of the registration. So in here, if it doesn't equal, we need to say passwords do not match. Okay, otherwise now we say OK. So let's click register.php. Right, so I can type my username in there. Let's go down and do our first name and surname first. So I'm going to type pass123, and in this one I'm going to type pass12. So this is one less character than this, therefore they don't match. So let's click register, and we get the error message, passwords do not match. So let's try again. Pass123, pass123, click register, it's OK, they match. So now that we're OK here, we need to start the registration process. But what we need to do is we need to check if the username already exists in the database. So how do we do this? Now we need to create a query. Let's just pull this down so we can have a bit of space. The query is going to be select and we're going to select username from, so let's just pop this in apostrophes, select username from users. So remember, we're selecting, let's just go back to here, we select username from users where, oh, remember the apostrophe there, so where username equals, and now what we can do is substitute in the username that the user has supplied here, so we can say username. Now if this returns a row, what's going to happen is it means that the username already exists, because we're returning a row, which means we've successfully selected something where the username exists already. So now let's run the query. Let's put that into a new variable. So query run equals MySQL query. And what we need to do now is we need to count the amount of rows. So we say if MySQL num rows for query run, so remember the query running, is equal to 1 or is greater than or equal to 1. In the sense of this login and registration system, it will never be 2 or 3 or any higher. So we can leave this equal to 1 because remember, this process, the whole point of it is to not duplicate the username. So if the username equals 1, do something, otherwise do something else. In the case that it does equal 1, we need to say the username, concatenate on username that the username supplied already exists. Okay, so otherwise we're saying okay. So at the last part of our validation, where we're validating where now, not the form, but whether the username exists. So let's go back to our register page, blank that. Let's type in a username Alex, password pass123, pass123, first name Alex, surname Garrett. Now when I click the register button, we're going to do all the checks that we've already spoken about, but now we're going to check if the username exists. So let's check if that works. We'll click register. Oh, it says okay. Okay, so let's double check everything. Select running that query, if MySQL query num rows equals 1, else okay. Okay, so let's test our query because it doesn't seem to be working as of yet. Let's pop that into our SQL tab up here to see what happens. Okay, so let's paste that in and click go. Returned an empty result set, so, oh no, sorry, that's going to be equal to Alex. Click go. Okay, so we are returning that value, and let's think why we're not getting any results. Okay, so let's echo out the username here just to go along with the process as we do it. So let's go back to our page here and type in our password again. Okay, so obviously there's a problem with our query somewhere because that username should be fed in properly. Now let's try to, I mean, it might be something simple that I'm completely missing. Let's try and echo out MySQL num rows of our query that we've run. See what that produces. Okay, we're not getting anything from that. So that means that no rows are being returned. Ah, okay. Yeah. Right, okay. So what I've stupidly done is, perhaps you should learn from my mistake, is we have this lovely file up here called connect.inc.php, which I haven't actually included. So all of this is absolutely, well, just the query is useless. So let's go up, and I'm going to require connect.inc.php so I can connect to the database and therefore perform these operations correctly. So let's go back here and we'll re-type in pass123, pass123, click register. The username Alex already exists. Now let's try a different username, so we'll try say Josh for example, and the password pass123, pass123, and click register. And that's okay because the password or the username Josh for example doesn't already exist. So we're down to the last stage of our registration, where now everything is okay, so we just need to register the user. One thing to note before we do so is we need a version of the password which is MD5 encrypted. So I'm going to say password hash equals MD5 of password. Okay, so we've got our password hash now that we can pop into the database. That will allow our login system to work correctly. Otherwise we're just going to be comparing an MD5 hash to plain data. So now what we can do is actually start the registration process. So we need a new query, and the new query is going to be query equals, so we need to now say insert into users values. And how many values have we got? Let's just go to our database and check. We have got, let's go back to our table. In fact, let's completely refresh that as well, so we're ready to use that in a minute. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, they're comma separated values. And what we're doing is we need to use the MySQL real escape string as well to stop SQL injection. So the first one is the username, then the password, then the first name, then the surname. So username, password, but password hash because we're storing it as MD5 data, first name and surname. But now what we need to do is just end that string there and concatenate on username. We can do the same with the password hash, I guess. End the string there and concatenate on first name, and then concatenate on the rest of the string. And then we do the same for the surname, so end, concatenate, concatenate, start. Okay, so now we can enclose these in MySQL real escape string, and the same with this. Ooh. And the same with the first name and the last name as well. So MySQL real escape string and MySQL real escape string. Okay, so now that we've done this should successfully register our user into the system. So we need to perform the query first. So query run is equal to MySQL query, and then we put the string data of the query inside of that. We're going to turn this into an if statement to ensure that we tell the user if they've been successfully registered or not. So we can say if the query run equals MySQL query, so if this query there is successful, then we can say to the user echo successfully registered blah blah blah, but I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that in a minute. Otherwise echo sorry, we couldn't register you at this time, try it again later. So let's just escape that inverted comma there, single quotation mark if you like. Otherwise we're going to say we're going to confirm that the user is registered. In fact we're not. What we're going to do is we're going to locate them to a page that's going to tell them that they've successfully registered. And what this is going to do is it's going to stop them pressing F5 on their keyboard, refreshing the page and registering them again and again. I know that won't work, but it's a good practice to get into with a lot of data. So header, location, and we can call the page something like register success.php. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this register success.php file. Now you can bear in mind you could transfer over the get variable. So you could say u equals username, password equals p equals password or something, or just the username. But I'm just going to tell them they're registered for now in this page. So you've registered. Let's just call this page, what did we call it? Register success.php. Okay, so that's going to be it for now. I'll leave it up to you guys to, use your imagination on this one. So let's test the process and see if we've got everything working. So register.php. I'm going to register a user called Dale. Password is going to be pass123. Password again is going to be pass123, and then we're going to say Dale Garrett. We've bypassed all our security, our validation checks. Now check that the username's there, the password is matching. We click register. We're transferred to this register success page. You've registered. Perhaps you could have a link saying now you can log in, and we'll take ourselves back to the index.php file. Take a sneaking look inside here first, and you can see that all the data has been processed properly. We've got ID of 3 now, username Dale, the password matches that because all the passwords are the same, and we've got the first and last name. Now let's take Dale and password pass123 and click login, and you can see that we've successfully logged in as our new user. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, back with another video for the new Boston. Now, in the user system we have completed everything and we have sorted out the form validation. Now there's a few points that we need to address before we continue any further. Let's just go back to our code and have a look, and then we're going to run the web page so we can see what the output of everything is. Okay, so at the moment we have our form here, which is actually re-echoing our data that's already been submitted in the form, which is fair enough. So when the user submits a username, let's say Alex, a password which we're not saving just for security reasons, and then a first name, let's say Alex, and then Garrett. Now what happens if they haven't submitted this data? We're just echoing it out as a variable, so we're just echoing out username, and then we're just echoing out first name, and then just surname. We're not saying has this data been submitted or not. And we also have another issue in, let's just open core.inc.php. We've got this HTTP referrer here. Now obviously the HTTP referrer is going to give us the page that we were referred from. So therefore, if we were to open up our page and we were to go over to the register.php file, register.php, you can see that we are given a variety of errors. Now the error at the top is to do the HTTP referrer. It gives us an undefined index error. And what this means is that we have this variable here equal to an undefined index. This has not been defined anywhere because we haven't been referred from anywhere. If we had, say, a link on index.php and we were linking to this register page, then we would be able to have a referrer information would be sent. So how do we go and solve this problem? Well, it's quite simple. All we need to do is we need to come down a bit and we need to use an if statement to check if this here is already set before we define it. So let's just come up here and we'll say if is set, much like when we were doing the form validation on the register.php page, $_server and then HTTP referrer. So we're doing exactly the same thing. We're just saying, is it set? Has this been set? And we wrap that in the block. We could also say and not empty HTTP referrer, just for added peace of mind, I guess. This part here isn't important necessarily, but it just means, is it set and is it not empty? Remember, we're using the exclamation mark for not. Then we set the variable. So we only set this variable here if we've performed these checks correctly and this block is run. So therefore we're not going to receive an undefined index error because we're not setting a variable to something that doesn't exist, because these checks up here do the existence check for us. So let's go back and refresh. Okay, you can see that that error's gone. Let's go back to the index page that core is included in as well, and you'll see that the error's gone as well. So we've solved part of our problem. Now you've probably noticed back on register.php we've got exactly the same error message. We've got here, notice undefined variable username in, and then it will tell us all of our information. This is a PHP error, but because we've echoed it out, let's just go down. Because we've echoed it out in the value property of our input type here, or our input field, it's given it to us with its HTML data. We've got the same here as well. Notice undefined variable first name, notice undefined variable surname. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we say that the exact same process applies to this code here, then we've just changed this here. So what we need to do is we need to say if, and then we start a block. So the block, if the condition is true, we're executing or running rather this block here. So if is set username, echo that, and then that's it. That solved our problem. So if is set username, then echo username, otherwise don't. We can put the and doesn't equal, it is not empty, but it's not terribly important for now. So let's refresh, and you can see that that's disappeared from there, so we've solved that one. Now let's just go down and correct the others. So we're using inline PHP here, we're saying if, and then we're, oh no, sorry, I've missed the echo there. So we put that echo back in the right place there. Then we need to obviously close our block. So again, if is set first name. So the type of error you see, you just need to look at it carefully and think undefined variable. We have an undefined variable. Now why might it be that we have undefined surname? Just look through your code, just examine your code and see what's happening. Obviously we haven't submitted the form, so we've created these variables for ourselves to be able to use username, password. Now that we're using this username, first name and surname, what it's doing is it's grabbing data from post that hasn't actually been submitted. We're not posting the first name when we just land on register.php. So we need to incorporate checks that deal with errors like this, because the last thing you want to do is to be dealing with or showing these errors to your users. So let's make the change to the last one. Oh no, I've done that again. Where we take that away from there. So it can be a bit fiddly when you're writing all on one line, but you'll get used to it eventually. So I've just missed that out right there. Okay, so let's go back and refresh. Okay, so we've solved the two visible problems that we have. Now let me just go ahead and register another user. Let's just say Craig. Password pass123. I've got my database up here, so I can click on my users and check how we're doing here. So password pass123, password, oh no, sorry, pass123. First name Craig. Now let's have a look in our database at the length of the surname. So let's click on structure and see how many characters we have. So we're storing this as a variable character data type with 40 characters, maximum 40 characters. So what happens if we were to say, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do it another way. We'll say A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, E, F. Sorry, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we can get rid of the K. So we've got 10 characters here. And the reason I'm doing it in as the alphabet is just so we can keep an eye on what's happening. So let me copy and paste that 4 times, or 3 more times. So we've got 3 instances now of this. Now what happens, or 4 instances of this, so we've got ABC up to J, and ABC up to J, and ABC up to J, and then ABC up to J. So we've got 4 lots of this. This is 40 characters long. So when we click register, this is going to be able to, this is going to fit inside our surname field in our database. However, what happens if we, let's say, go back to our form, and we copy and paste it in one more time? Now that's going to equal, I've copied and pasted it in another time, so we've got ABC up to J, up to J, up to J, up to J, up to J. So we've got 5 instances of this same text. So we've got 50 characters overall. Now let's click register. You've registered, so everything's appears to have worked correctly. Now let's go and browse our table, and we'll come down. We can see that our username has been popped in. Now we need to, I'm going to click on this sort of little edit button, and I'm going to have a look at what's been stored here. So we've got ABC up to J, ABC up to J, ABC up to J, and ABC up to J. Now we've only stored 40 of the 50 characters we entered, and the reason for this is our varchar only allows for 40 characters, as we've already looked at under the structure tab. So what we need to do is, when we're registering the user, we need to look at checking up here. We need to check how many characters each of these are, not including the password, because that's hashed to a 32 character hash anyway, using the MD5 function, so we don't need to worry about the password. It's just the username, first name and surname that we need to check. And we do have one other issue with the database, which is usernames. If I was to now register a username, let's say with the username Craig but with a small c, this is going to be allowed by our code. The reason being is we're not talking about, we're looking at case sensitive comparison. So if I was to register a user on here called Craig, let's go back to the register page, with a small c, and Craig, and we'll just put Garrett, or say Malcolm. Okay, so now let's click register. Oh no, username of Craig already exists. Maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm wrong in that sense then. So we've got, yeah, okay. So we don't need to worry about that. So let's just focus on this maximum character amount we have. So what we're first of all going to do is edit our HTML form to only allow a maximum value to be submitted on the form. And this isn't going to entirely protect against inputting masses of data, because we're only allowing that within the HTML. Obviously someone could take your HTML page, they could change this to your server, so your domain and then the URL that register's located at, and they could submit the data from, you know, a local PC, their own PC. So what we need to do is we need to change these fields to have a max value first, then we need to check the length in PHP as well. So let's give it a property max length, and for username let's just refer back to our database so we know exactly what lengths we're dealing with. So we've got 30 for the username, 32 for the password. Like I said, we don't need to worry about that because the hash is more or less always going to be 32 characters, and then 40 and 40 for the first name and surname. So we've got 30 for the username. For the first name, for the password I'll give it 1 anyway. And perhaps you could specify a minimum length as well. Well, no, we can't actually do this, but I mean in PHP we could give it a minimum length that it needs to be for security reasons. In fact, I'll leave this out for now because I don't want to be writing too much code and waste too much time. So max length, okay, so we'll put a max length in here for the first name, and that's going to be 40, remember. 40, and the same here for the surname, max length equals 40. So let's save that and go back to our page, and we'll just see how that's changed our form itself. Let's go back on register. Okay, so first name, let's type in a load of rubbish and we can see when it stops. Okay, you can see that I'm still typing. You can probably hear my keyboard, but you can see it's not typing anything. So that's okay. Let's do the same with surname. Okay, you can probably hear that I'm still typing, however the input's not working. And then the same with username. Okay, you can see that stopped as well. So that's fair enough, but now we need to ensure that it's checked by our PHP script as well. Now I'm not going to be able to test, I'm not going to be testing this by sort of downloading this file and modifying it, because I've already got access to it. So when we test it in PHP, I'm just going to remove the max length. So we've got max length of 30 for the username, 40 for the first name and surname. So let's come up and find out, where are we going to put this check? What's the best place that we could possibly put this check? Well, we're checking here if the username and everything else is not empty. So a good place to do it would be to do it underneath this, because we want to check the max length after we've checked that it's not empty. So let's we'll indent in, and then we'll indent the rest of our code in a minute. So we're going to create an if statement with a condition here, and then start a block. The block ends after this, so it would be down. Let's just double check where it would be. So if we come over to this one here, it's going to be if, and then if else. It would be here. So let's indent the rest of this. It might be there anyway, we might return an error, but it's hard to see when you're doing things like this. So what we want to say is, if strlen of username is greater than 30, and remember this is the condition, and then we say else the rest of the code. So if the string length of username is greater than 30, or the string length of first name is greater than 40, or the string length of surname is greater than 40, we need to echo, please adhere to max length of fields. Now the reason we're not giving a user-friendly message here is the only reason this would ever this error would ever be returned if someone had modified the form themselves. Max length is a standard property for input types, so therefore all browsers will pick up this max length, and they'll always allow you only a max length. So we're only doing this if people are going to mess around with our form. So let's change the max length up to 100 for each of them, so we can test this, and then we'll change them back in just a moment. Oh, I want to save that. Let's save. Okay, so let's refresh the page. Okay, so let's enter a load of rubbish into there. Okay, let's enter a password sensibly because we need this to match. And a load of rubbish into here. And a load of rubbish into here. Let's click register. And it says please adhere to max length of fields. Okay, so now let's sensibly register a user. Okay, so let's click register, and it says you've registered. Let's go over to our database to check that everything's worked, and you can see that that's worked. So let's go back before we do anything else, or well, this is the end of the tutorial, but let's change these back. Make sure you have your max length in here. So what we've done is we've corrected a few undefined variable and undefined index errors, and we've also changed a part of the form validation, which might not immediately be you know, a priority for some people. People might not think about it straight away, but you are in fact going to cut data off if you submit or allow your users to submit too much data. So for example, if it was a description about themselves, you might want to limit them to 200, 300, you know, 500 characters, but then you need to take into account that you need to limit them, otherwise your data is going to be cut off when you submit it in MySQL. There are some exceptions. You can give it the text data type, which will allow you, I can't remember how many characters, but quite a few characters, but always give a max length in your field, and also do the relevant checks inside your PHP code as well. Hi, this is Alex from phpacademy.org, and this is a video tutorial for the new Boston. Now, in this video we're going to be talking about SQL Injection, but first of all we're going to be talking about what it is, and we're going to be creating a small program that's going to check a username and password. So we're going to be creating a program that's going to select a row from the database where a username and a password both match, therefore logging a user in successfully. So if you haven't already looked at the user system tutorials, go back and have a look at how we log users in. Otherwise, if you don't really want to do that, you can follow through anyway and have a look at what I'm doing here. So I'm going to be explaining what SQL Injection is, and then I'm going to be giving some small tips to protect against it. So we're going to have some server-side tips and also tips in our code that we can use to help prevent, at least, against SQL Injection. There are obviously many methods that you can use based on form validation, etc, adding slashes where quotes are, but we won't worry about that for now. We're just going to chat a bit about what SQL Injection is. Now, if you've already looked at queries, you'll know that a structured query is something that we use to retrieve information from a database or insert data. We can also delete data, etc. So when you're supplying a command or an SQL statement, for example, to say select data from a database, we do something like this. So let's open an SQL tab here. Now you see that we've got, let's just go back so we can see. You can see that we've got username and password. Now if I was to select a row from this table, we've got a database called a database and a table called users. We've got an ID field, a username field, a password field, and an email field, which isn't relevant to this tutorial, nor is so much the ID field here. So username and password. Let's go ahead and create an SQL query that's going to select a username and password. So we start with select, and then we say select, we can select the ID from, we supply the table that we're selecting from, so users here, where, so select ID from users where username, make sure that's in apostrophes, username equals Alex and password equals pass123, for example. So I'm going to copy that into my clipboard so I can use it later on. When I click go, you can see that we've returned one row. We've returned the ID of the row where the username and password both match. Now, for example, if I was to copy and paste this back in here, but change the password slightly, so blah, for example, as the password, you'll notice that we won't return any rows. Okay, so MySQL returned an empty result set. Now in PHP we handle this using the MySQL numRow function, and what we do is we say if our query, so based on the user's input of the username and the user's input of the password, if the MySQL query or the result or the numRows that are returned, the number of rows that are returned, are equal to 1 or greater than or equal to 1, we know that we've successfully logged the user in because they've supplied information which makes this query work. So like I said, if you don't understand at this point, it's a good idea to go back and check on the username and the login and register tutorials where we set sessions for our users. We perform this kind of validation. But what we do need to do is protect against SQL injection. Now let's take a look at what SQL injection is. Let's just browse our database and we can go back to our text editor. So let's get rid of these tags and let's construct the query that we've just done. So we've got select ID from users where username is Alex and password is blah. Let's just say up here we have username equals and $_post username, and we have password and exactly the same thing, but this time we're selecting password. Now these are presumably two fields that we have in an HTML document that are HTML on the page that a user can enter their username and password. So they can enter absolutely any value they want into here, be it alphanumeric characters, just numbers, we can have characters, anything we want. So the user has submitted their own data, which then goes into this query, and we've seen this by just literally substituting in variables here and here. Now this query will then select a username and password from the database that her user has supplied. So let's say that they enter username, I'll just put it here. So let's say the username they enter is Alex, and the password that they enter is pass123. The data from here is going to be substituted in, so it will look now like this. What we can then do, so the data's been substituted in through these variables, what we can then do is we run this query, and it returns us either 0 rows or 1 row, depending on if the username and the password match. So hopefully you understand that at this point. Now what happens if the user was to enter some values that actually modify our SQL query, which is here? So for example, let's say the username was single quotation mark equals single quotation mark or 2 quotation marks equals quotation mark. Let's just say the user entered that as the username, and they did the same for the password. So because they're free to enter anything in the form, we've picked up these variables using this, and now we're transferring these variables into here. So now username, let's just copy and paste over, that to there, and copy and paste that over to there. Now let's get rid of this because that just showed us the example. So the username is now equal to this value here, and the password is also equal to this value in blue. So let's just look at the highlighted value in blue. What this has actually done, if I take the blue away, you can see it's modified our SQL statement. So obviously our users of our website can't see what we're processing inside of PHP, but what they can do is fiddle around with the website until they can make a very good guess, or an exact guess, at how our SQL statement is structured. Now what this query reads is select ID from users where username equals nothing, or nothing equals nothing, and password equals nothing, or nothing equals nothing. Now nothing equals nothing, so that's true, and nothing equals nothing, so that's true. Therefore what we're doing is we're returning a row, or a couple of rows. So let's copy and paste this into our database to see what results we get. Let's click go. Okay, so we've been returned with our 2 rows in our database, or our 2 records rather. So what we've actually done is, just by user input and me demonstrating user input, we're going to actually create the application later. What we've done is we've returned 2 rows now. So we've entered the password as this let's just go back to it. We've entered the password as this here, or the username as this here, and the password as this here, and we've now automatically gained access to this whatever registration system, however we're creating it. So this isn't always the case, it depends on how it's programmed. This is why we're going to go through an example program. So that's just basically a bit about PHP or SQL injection in general, but with PHP obviously it's the same vulnerability. So now we know what SQL injection is, and we've seen an example of it. You know now that a statement can be modified, and a statement can be modified to, let's say, delete records. We're not going to go into anything too complex. This is just a representation of it, but we can do absolutely anything we want to our database, more or less. So I'm going to talk now just about the first way to protect against SQL injection. This doesn't actually prevent the user input. We're not doing anything in PHP. But if we go back to our home and we go to privileges and we edit privileges for our user, let's say root at localhost. This is what I'm using at the moment. Now you can see here that we've got ticks for absolutely everything. Now let's say we were creating a website and we were logging in, we were connecting to our server, and we were also we're also connecting to our database and reading values from a database. Let's just say we were just reading values from a database. We're not creating anything, so we might want to untick that. We might not be altering anything, so we might untick that. So you can uncheck things that you might not want to do. So we might select, but we might not insert, and we might not update or delete, and we can get rid of all of these. So by getting rid of all of these, we've already limited our privileges for this specific user. Therefore, if someone was to come in and try to inject or change your statement server side to, say, delete your entire database, then they might not be able to do it because you may have unselected the privileges. So at the moment, because I'm working on a local computer, my privileges are set to everything, just in case, depending on what I need to do. So that's one way that you can protect against it. So only select the privileges that you absolutely need on the website. So if you, it's very rare that inside a web application you'd want to, say, drop your entire database. So you can remove this, or drop tables. You might need to drop tables. But you can untick specific ones. So that's something to think about while we carry on with our actual PHP code. So let's go back to our database so we can monitor what we're doing here, and click back on users. Okay, so we're going to start by opening our text editor. We're going to connect to our MySQL server and then connect to our database. So I'm not going to be doing this properly because in this video I'm just demonstrating SQL injection. So I'm just going to use a standard MySQL connect function. It takes 3 parameters. If you haven't already looked at this, I do have another video on it, so go back and again have a look at this. My username is root and my password is just blank, and I'm going to say MySQL select DB, and this is a_database. So let's just echo out a confirmation message here, just to check that we're connecting successfully. So let's refresh there. No, let's do that. Okay, so we've got an OK message there, so we've successfully connected to the database. Let's start creating our form. So we need to take a username and a password value, and we're doing this. I'm going to put both fields equal to text values so we can see what we're typing in our password field. So I'm going to say form action, and I need to set a property form method as well. And the form action is going to be index.php. We're going to come back to that, and the method is going to be post. Okay, so we want username, and we want to take an input, and the type is text. The name is username, and that's it. So now what we can do is say password. We'll bring this down a line, even though we're not breaking down the line, we'll just bring it down for neatness. We'll say input type is text. Name equals password, so this is the user's password, and then again we'll just line down and we'll say add a submit button here. It's a very basic HTML form that we're creating. Let's just preview it in our browser, and yeah, we've got username and password, so we can type something here and we can type something here. Okay, so we can see the password. You'd usually set it to the type of password, so you can't actually see the password, but for now we're going to set it to text so we see what we're doing. So when the form resubmits, we need to first of all check if the posted username and posted password are set. So we use the isSet language construct. So we say isSet post username, and so we use our and operator, and we say isSet $_post password. So if these are both set, we can now assign them to their own variable. So username is going to equal $_post username, and password is going to equal $_post password. So let's just echo these out so we can see that this is giving us back our input. So I'm going to type A in here and B in here. So what we should get back is just A, B next to each other. Okay, yeah, so our variables are successfully being picked up using the post username and the post password. So we can now get rid of that echo. It's always good to test your program as you go along. Now I'm going to say if not empty username and not empty password, echo OK. So now let's test this and submit nothing. Okay, nothing happens. Now let's test submit A and B. Click submit, OK. So we are checking, just doing some basic form validation. The username and password must exist. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to structure our query. So our query is going to equal, and like I said, if you've already seen this, you'll know exactly what we're doing. The query is going to equal select ID from users, much like I demonstrated just about 5 minutes ago. So select ID from users, where username equals something here, and password equals something here. So let's just put them in apostrophes. So where username equals something and password equals something, this is obvious. It's where username equals username and password equals password. So now we can create a new variable called query run, and we can run this query. So MySQL query, and actually process that query through MySQL. Now this is the dangerous line, because what we've done here is we've processed this query, and so far we've given absolutely no protection whatsoever to protect against SQL injection. And I'll show you in a minute. We're going to look at something inside the php.ini file, so the PHP configuration file, which doesn't automatically escape characters such as a single quotation mark. So usually when you submit data with a single quotation mark, it can automatically put a / in front of it as a security measure. But at the moment I've got it disabled in my php.ini file, so that's the first way we're going to look at protecting against SQL injection. So let's first of all just comment out these, and let's go ahead and echo out the username, and we'll break down a line and we will echo out the password as well, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Now remember earlier we talked about quotation marks inside our queries, and quotation marks are deadly as far as query goes, because what people can do, like we looked at earlier, is end a specific statement, if you like, and create something else. So we can add or keywords in, and we can end different lines, or end different, like where equals, and we can end here and then start something else and then end here again, just like I demonstrated earlier. So if we type in, say, Alex and pass 123, we've got Alex and pass 123. Now let's type in this value that we typed in earlier. So we've got we've got a single quotation mark, a space, or, and two single quotation marks equals single quotation mark. Let's go ahead and press, oh no, we'll put it in here as well. So there we go. Let's press enter. You can see that these values have been transferred through, literally. So nothing's changed. We've transferred the exact data that we've typed into the form. Now, this is the reason that our SQL can be modified. So with as it stands at the moment, if we had these uncommented, we could run a query of our choice. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. Now we've processed our query. If something was in here now to delete something or modify something, then this is deadly. However, in our user login system, we are creating an if statement to check how many rows have been returned, because if the username and password don't equal the same thing in the same record, then we can't log the user in, because their credentials obviously don't match, and we will have an invalid username and password combination. So let's go ahead and create this if statement. Let's go MySQL num row. So we're calling this function, which is going to count the amount of rows returned by this query here. So we can type in query run there. So if the MySQL num rows returned from the query are greater than or equal to 1, this means that the credentials match both the username and password. So we can echo login success. Usually we wouldn't do this. At this point in here, we would process some kind of session to equal the ID from the database, but for now we're just using this as an example. So otherwise, invalid username password combination. Okay, yeah. So let's go ahead and try this with the values that we submit. So I'm going to keep this I'm going to keep this open and I'm going to break down again. Okay, so let's go back and go straight onto our index.php file. Let's type in Alex and a wrong password, so pass456. Now we've got Alex as the username, pass456 as the password, and we've returned the message invalid username and password combination, because nowhere in our table do we have Alex and pass456 as the username and password. So now what we can do is we'll go and submit some correct data. So Alex and pass123, these match here. So we've got Alex as the username and password, 123 as the password. Click submit, and it says login success, because we've successfully submitted the username and password that match inside of our table. So now let's go ahead and use this example that we used earlier by writing a single quotation mark or double quotation mark equals double quotation mark. And what this is going to do is it's going to structure our query as we discussed earlier, and it's just going to put into here, and the password as well, that or that equals that. So that's going to go into our query, and we're going to return more than one row. Therefore the user is automatically logged in. So let's go ahead and click submit. Okay, so you can see that the username is single quotation mark or single quotation mark equals single quotation mark, and the password is also that as well. And now you can see, interestingly, we've got a login success here. So this is a real problem when it comes to our user login system, if you like, because what we've done is now anyone can type these values in, and unfortunately they can log in as a user when they maybe don't have access. So how can we protect against this? Well, I'm going to show you 3 different ways now that we can protect against this specific error. For your own queries you might need to slightly modify this, but now I'm just going to talk about this so we can get the general idea of how we can start to protect. Now the first problem we look at is the single quotation marks. The single quotation marks need to be escaped in order for them not to work. So for example, if we were submitting, if we were submitting the data like this and escaping that, and that, so let's copy and paste that into here, and we click submit, you see that we get an invalid username password combination. So we need some way to escape the different characters. Now there's something in PHP and something in the php.ini file, which I've just opened here. If you don't know how to open this or don't know how to edit things from it, you can find a tutorial on that as well. What we have here is we have magic quotes GPC. And you can see the comment just above it is magic quotes for incoming get, post or cookie data. And what this is going to do is it's going to escape, like I've just written here, these automatically when you submit data. So it's not foolproof, because we might not be submitting through a post or a get or even cookie. So let's go ahead and turn this on. And in a moment we're going to turn it off, and I'm going to show you how you can also include this if it's automatically, say, off on your server. So let's go ahead and restart Apache from our XAMPP control panel. So remember, every time you make a change in your php.ini file you must restart Apache. Okay, so let's come back to our page and wait for localhost. Right, okay, so our server has been restarted and we've turned magic quotes on. So now let's go ahead and do exactly the same thing and click submit. Now you can see that without doing anything, we've automatically now escaped. Well, we did do something, we changed the value in php.ini, but what we didn't do is change any of our code, and this has automatically given us some sort of protection against SQL injection. So now if magic quotes is not on, how can we protect against this? Let's turn magic quotes off and save our php.ini file and come into our XAMPP control panel and restart Apache once more. Okay, so let's now refresh and cause this SQL injection. Okay, so we've caused the SQL injection once again. Now what we need to do is think of another way that we can protect against SQL injection. So if magic quotes by default is on, I also recommend you take this next step in order to secure the variables that you pass into your query string or into your query itself. So what we can do is we can use a function called MySQL real escape string. Now what this does is it acts very much like the magic quotes, and it escapes specific characters. I'm not sure what characters in particular it does escape, but it does escape single quotation marks and I think apostrophes as well. So let's go ahead and enclose our username and password variables in this function. So to do this we need to end our output and concatenate on our variable. So you should be comfortable with doing this. We're just ending the output, concatenating on the variable, concatenating the end of the output on there. So now what we can do is we have room to say MySQL real escape string, and we can enclose the username variable in that, and MySQL real escape string, and we can enclose this password variable in that as well. So now, although we have magic quotes turned off, and last time we refreshed the page we have this login success because of the SQL injection, now let's refresh again and click continue, and you can see it says invalid username password combination. So we haven't actually escaped the form data that's been sent, but what we have done is inside of our query we've escaped this data. So let's go ahead and echo out the query so we can see what's going on here. Okay, so let's refresh and continue. So what we've got is we've got select ID from users where username equals, and now you can see that this function has escaped these characters here. So even though it's not escaped the post data, it's escaped it inside of our query. So it's highly recommended probably that you have magic quotes GPC on, and you also use this MySQL real escape string. Now there's another problem with our code. Let's just unescape these, and we'll return to our original state of this. Okay, so let's go ahead and not echo this query out, and we'll refresh. Okay, so we're back to the state that we have SQL injection possible. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a small modification to how we check the number of rows in our database. So now at the moment we've got if MySQL numRows query run are greater than or equal to 1, then we say login success. Now we can make a small change here because we're saying greater than or equal to 1. Remember earlier when we looked inside and we performed an SQL query in here, we performed the query, this same query. Let's copy and paste that so we can put it into here. So we're performing this query, but what we're doing now is we are saying equal to this, or this equals this, and we're doing exactly the same for password. We're saying this or this equals this. Okay, so let's copy and paste that so we can use it later. Let's go. So what you can see here is we've returned 2 rows because this query will actually, the way we've structured it, we've returned 2 rows. So now what's going to happen is inside of this we're checking for greater than or equal to 1 row returned. So what happens if we just check for 1 row being returned? Then in this case of this query, this is why you can't apply this rule to every query, because you may be doing different checks inside your program. So with specific regard for my program, just changing this operator to is equal to, we have to return only 1 row for login to succeed, because the nature of our database is that we're only ever going to return 1 row if the username and password match, because we're never going to have the same username in our database because of the way we program our user systems. You never find that on websites you have the same username twice, so therefore this will never ever return more than 1 row if done properly. So now just by changing this to equals 1, we can see that by refreshing, because we've returned 2 rows, doesn't equal to 1, therefore it's an invalid username and password combination. However, when we supply it with the correct data, we return one row and we have a login success. So combining these three, this one's loosely related to my design only. So by using MySQL real escape string when passing variables through to a query that's being executed within PHP, so MySQL real